We're heading to the countryside to explore 5 breathtaking retreats around the world that feel like the ultimate getaway. First, we visit the storybook Cotswolds, where a whimsical cottage overflows with charm, warmth, and creative lived-in details. Then we travel to the Australian countryside, where a historic manor house was lovingly restored into a country estate, blending English-inspired elegance with modern comfort. Next, we venture to Devon, England, to tour a serene country home surrounded by wildlife, curated art, and soft, cozy textiles. We return to the Cotswolds for another enchanting English cottage, brimming with character, vintage treasures, and timeless charm. Finally, we visit California's wine country, where a vibrant farmhouse is bursting with whimsical details, bold colors, and imaginative personality. This summer, spend the hottest months of the year in style with Homeworthy as we visit the most extraordinary homes around the world. From the sun-soaked shores of the Hamptons to the classic beachfronts of Nantucket to the vibrant courtyards of Morocco, be sure to subscribe to Homeworthy's summer series to make every day feel like a vacation. You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
Hi Homeworthy, I'm Vanessa Arbuthnot. I'd love to show you my home. Come on in.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
Hi, I'm Vanessa Arbuthnot. I'm a fabric designer with a mail order business and a shop and showroom. And you're here in my home in the Cotswolds. My husband and I, 40 years ago, left London, and after about 8 years and 4 children later, we found this house, which we're going to show you. But at that point it was a cow byre, the cows had left, and it was basically just a ruined barn and cow byre. And we spent the last 32 years making it into a home, and still work in progress. But the children are now grown up and they have children, so that generations are now beginning to enjoy it, which is wonderful for us. My husband's an architect. It was his dream to find a site or something we could renovate, and we ended up here with 4 acres of field with no trees and an empty cow byre. I was slightly horrified at the beginning. Nicholas found it, and so we just took 6 months to make it watertight and comfortable enough to move in, but there was no flooring, well, there were floorboards, but we had no carpets, we had no bed, we slept on mattresses, we had no doors. So it was a leap of faith, put it that way, because we were in quite a comfortable little rented cottage in a nearby village, Sapperton. So I knew Nick would make it amazing, and it was really his vision initially, to be absolutely honest. And then once I could see the shape and the size of the rooms, it was really over to me to work out the colours, the fabrics, and what was our look, you know, what was our sense of aesthetic. That was something we had to discover, really, because we were starting from scratch. So here we are in my hall. It's symmetrical, so you enter and it extends to the left and to the right, and has 2 staircases that we made, quite steep wooden staircases, and we had the handrails made by a local blacksmith, so they're quite unusual. I really love painted spaces, and I love painted floors. I'm not a good one for natural wood, I'm afraid. So I have created this space with all the windows and doors and stairs are all painted a sort of powder blue colour. The floor I've used an Osmo system. It's oil, it's natural with pigment in it, and you don't have to sand it ever again. Museums use it. You just wipe a bit more colour into it where it's wearing thin, and by the morning it's hardened off. So this floor is now 30 years old and it's still going. So this was the basic colour, was this powder blue, and I've chosen ochre yellow to go with it to really warm up the space. And this is a newish fabric which I created, well, newish, during lockdown from a potato. We went up the top of Scotland to a little cottage when we were allowed to, and I just played with potatoes, and came up with this print. Lovely interplay of negative and positive images, and I've given it a little edge of my pretty maid to pick up on the smoky blue colour. In this room we've got a real mixture of family versus old inherited art and furniture, and then newly made pieces by my children and parents and friends. So going over this side, we've got an absolute mixture here. We've got a sort of playful drawing by Rose. Rose is my artist daughter. There's quite a lot of Rose here. And then we've got a portrait of my husband. At one point he was supposed to pop his clogs with cancer, so we had a painting done and a sculpture done, both of which he doesn't really appreciate. Anyway, he survived, so now we're enjoying them. And he actually had me painted to sort of pay me back down the other end of the room. And down here, we've got a little drawing done by Flora when she was terribly young, when my sister got married, which she must have been about 4 or 5, and she painted my sister in a white dress. I framed that, I love it. George, in 95, so how old would he be then? Born in 86, so I think he was 9, was he, is that right? Self-portrait, and the children all come up and say Uncle George, they love that. This was a very early screen print of my first cockerel design. And so it goes on, lots of everything. Rose, Flora, does a sort of fun stylized animals. And then over here we've got a huge drawing done by Rose at the Prince's Drawing School, which is just fabulous, I feel. I love it. So it sits there, pride of place. What else have we got? Inherited bits of furniture, brown furniture from my parents, and then the most beautiful Dutch marquetry piece here, which is about the only really special thing we have in the house, and it's full of incredible pottery, and I've layered it actually with other precious things. One of my Flora absolutely loves making all these little ceramic animals that are all lined up at the top of this, carefully placed in here. They're just beautiful, so they're all filled with that, and then masks that we've made with papier-mâché, etc. So that's full of precious things. She works very well. And another inherited chest. This came from Nick's side of the family. It's full of the camping kit. My husband's a sculptor. He absolutely loves sculpting. We have one of his heads here. And Rose did a bronze of my husband's father from a video, actually, a very old video. So that's quite fun. We still have him in the house. It's quite sort of tactile. It's lovely actually having a sculpture with somebody, because you can almost put your arms around it. I've got this, taken the two colours, the smoky blue and the ochre yellow, into these roller blinds, which we make with my business, and we've added in this quite clever pelbit which covers the roll. So you can use roller blinds in living areas, and it's not just utilitarian, behind a kitchen sink, etc. And it just sits there beautifully, and it's not fussy, and it's so easy to up and down and add light and take away light. So I love that. And up this stairwell we have, so we call it the Mugs Gallery. I have some old portraits of my side of the family mixed with some newer portraits and some quite fun pictures of various members of the family. So that's quite fun. There's a picture of me there as a child, a drawing of me in the silver frame, in the middle, and on the right, a picture of Rose by a friend of mine with a red cardigan on. And we both look so alike there. So this staircase rises up into our bedroom and a spare room, and that staircase rises up into 2 other bedrooms. And off this hall we have a deep freeze room and wine stored. We have a cloakroom, loo in there, a boot room in there. So there's lots of little spaces that we've used. These pictures are all put up, if you like, it's just spontaneously with no measuring, no spirit levels. They actually evolves too. It's not always the same as other paintings come through, but you know, I just see that slightly themed that side with portraits. This is a portrait of me by Rose as well. So this is all portraits really, and we have a few landscapes, but there's a real mixture. And this area here probably gives you the most. It's got the most eclectic mixture here. So we have unframed painting, frame paintings. Here's a really beautiful old oil painting, much more classic, sitting next to this. And then, you know, more modern art. And then this is Nick's old family school, where he was born. So it's eclectic. It's not serious. It's fun. It's playful. And I've tried to make sure that most of the children are represented in it. Ned hasn't got anything in here, who's my youngest son, but I must dig something out actually, now I'm thinking about it. There's a real eclectic mix of fabrics here, some mine, this is an embroidered by my mother for our 30th anniversary, Nicholas and Vanessa, 30 years. This is a sort of dotty check, which is quite a new design, again inspired by Rose. This is a shibori fabric, we call it. This is a hand-printed paisley called Life and Eternity. This is our cow parsley, which is one of our best sellers, really. Just sprigs of cow parsley and butterflies. And this chair, I've got a picture of my father sitting in this chair. How old are we all now? I'm 66, so 64 years ago, I got my picture of my father sitting in this chair with my little sister as a baby. So this just, it's just in a plain yellow, but it's a very lovely old arts and crafts chair. Yeah, so I'm afraid most of the fabrics are mine. Occasionally I was given this by a friend, this little cushion she made for my birthday. I'm sure it's important not to have all my own fabrics. These flowers here aren't from my garden, but I have a florist next to my showroom, and I just spied them and thought they just looked lovely and gentle and natural. So I'm not even sure what it is, but I thought they sit very nicely there. And we always have the door open, and it's an absolutely wonderful thing about the house is that you can just step outside into the garden incredibly easily and sit wherever you want. We have lots of little chairs and benches. But you know, at the minute we've got sprigs of cow parsley in all the hedgerows. So this print becomes very kind of has its moment, you know. It's May cow parsley. In fact, it's happened in April this year, but it's growing everywhere here. And then these are ceramics by children. And I kept, this was made by my eldest child, George, when he was about 9, a coil pot. It's broken and stuck together, effectively. This was made by the girls, I think, this little cat. Children, the grandchildren all love it. I think this was cast around a corn on the cob by Rose in a kiln. Got that, and then there's a little papier-mâché dish that we must have made we used to make a lot of translucent papier-mâché, rather lovely against the light. So it's very precious. I think these are the things that make a home, are the paraphernalia of the history of the family, really. It's a build-up of precious objects, and some of them are in there, and some less fragile are there. So in here, we have just an old Belfast sink, and tend to have our family photographs. I don't suppose you really want be in my loo room, but all round behind you, it's full of family photographs. People come in here and they don't come out very quickly. I think they come out and think, my goodness, how old Vanessa looks now, because this is where my wedding photographs are here. And there's lots of memorable, but we're not brilliant at photographs that stand on things because they all get sort of knocked over, and we haven't got those occasional tables for those things. But this is the place, really. And I've got one of my wallpapers in here, which I think it's quite fun to, if you like, decorate up a cloak, a downstairs loo, and make it, give it a character, rather than just painting it off-white, like the rest of this house. It's actually painted a lime white, it's like a putty colour. And I reversed it, so rather than having the colour on the walls downstairs, I got the colour on the woodwork and then the neutral on the walls to enable the pictures, the fabrics to stand out and to be the heroes, which I think lots of people do that, but it's quite fun making the stairs the important part of the room, really, and letting the colour flow on down like this. When I was trying to decide how to decorate this house, I just went to loads of old magazines and tore out pages of things that I liked the look of, and to try and define my style. And one of the things was somebody who had done this similar idea of painting the windows and the colour, the frames, and having a neutral wall. So it wasn't really completely my inspiration, to be honest. My husband's very, very keen on symmetry and vistas, even inside the house, let alone outside the house. So you enter into the middle of one of the sides of this U-shaped cowbire, enter at the centre of the back. And it's only one room thick, this U-shaped cowbire. And so you enter into a hall, and right opposite you is a huge door which takes you straight into the garden. And so you eventually just see a garden ahead of you with one room, if you like, which is the hall. And then you turn left, and we live down on the left of the house, which goes on into a kitchen, dining, sitting room. And then beyond that, we have another big sitting room, which I also use as an office. And I have a work table, which is behind me. And then the other side of the house, we have, if you like, two little cottages that we've made. One we let to a friend of my daughter's with her children, and the other we use from time to time for resident artists, or we had some Ukrainians, so we have a little 2-bedrooms unit there, which sometimes we expand into because my family is now growing, so we need all the bedrooms when they come. So because it's one room thick all the way around, we have to have a staircase for every pair of bedrooms. Even though you can pass through from bedroom to bedroom to bedroom to bedroom, the children got a bit cross about that when they were growing up, and so there are doors that got locked between the bedrooms, but now it's all open and the grandchildren career around. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms on this side, and on the other side 1, 2, 3, another 4 bedrooms on the other side with little bathrooms, and they've all got staircases. And my mum has a ground floor bedroom we made for her, which we nicknamed the Ritz, just to make her feel like it was a treat. Anyway, it's called the Ritz, which is a ground floor bedroom, and it's really to help Mum not have to climb the stairs. And that's it, really. But the courtyard is like another room because it's as if the house has got its arms around the garden in the middle. It's very sheltered, and you can pass through the courtyard to cross from one side of the house to another. So it's like an extended hall. So over the years, the house has continued to evolve, and we've added various spaces depending on the needs, really. We have created studios for my artist daughter up in the top of the barn. Actually, we have a whole series of studios in the drive, which we lend. I don't know, we don't really rent them out, but we have artisans who come every day. We have a leather worker, a weaver, and a painter, and they do things in kind. Like the leather worker decorates for me, and the the weaver helped me design some of my rugs. So it's a sort of symbiotic relationship with them, but it's lovely having other beating hearts here. So now we're going to head over into the kitchen, which is also my dining room and a sort of daytime sitting room. So come on, let's go. So here we are in my kitchen, which is also our dining area, and at the other end we have a fireplace and a sitting area. Again, this room grew organically. We never made a fitted kitchen. It developed from, everything started from this cupboard here, which is my father's tool cupboard in his shed. And that's why our kitchen is so high. So it's really hip height, which has been really quite wonderful for working at. So that was the first. And from then I found cupboards in junk shops and repurposed them, got them mended, put a little feature of wood on the top to unite them. I loved glass. I don't like solid cupboards because I can't see what's in there and I forget things. So I just have a few cupboards with glass fronts, and actually behind this room, through this little window, I've got a pantry where I have a dishwasher and I have shelves with all herbs and backup paraphernalia, you know, the coffee, the teas, rice and all that, so I can keep a minimum in this space. This is an Everhot, which is like an Aga, but it's electric. And the handles come up, that's square. And then we had to cut out these little areas of the beam so I can open and close the lid. They're fantastic for ironing. So if you put all your slightly damp washing or bring them off the line overnight on here, it all settles and dries and airs and self-irons in the night. And you can switch, since I'm going to be selling Everhots now, but it's 2 cookers and you can shut one side down to be more eco and just cook on what you need at the time. So, what have I got? So I've got all my funny cupboards. I've got a whole lot of ceramics. I've sort of gone into this warm, reddy, earthy colour in this room with this, keeping the smoky blue from the hall coming through. I think it's quite good to keep one colour from another room and bring it through. It sort of unites the room. So here we've got terracottas and smoky blues, and these are a whole lot of very favourite old ceramics. This is one I used to design ceramics. This is one of mine, a little jug with a cockerel on it. And this is one I found on Tyree in a Scottish island, a teapot. This is my mother's. She gave me from the Alps. It was a classic alpine pottery in Europe. This lovely jug is made by actually a cameraman for BBC called Jack Garland, and father's a famous potter in the next village, and I bought this jug from him. And I got my little fox there. And I've got eggshells that the children have brought in from outside. And I've actually got a bee here too, buzzy bee, to show them. So they all mean something. And then I've also got a few extra little bits of art that I love. What was that? Dear Mum, Merry Christmas, love, Flora. I have no idea how old that is, but it's very sweet, isn't it? Here I've got a thing about telling me how much I've got to eat more fibre. So that's a little memoir. Then coming down here, we eat off wooden plates. I have no idea why it started. I think again it was one of my kids, so we have a lot of we eat off wooden platters. So here we have wood. This area here is the dresser, sort of bridges the 2 areas, and the dresser is full of memorabilia, of objects that are precious, and we do eat off the plates. They're not valuable, but they're all nostalgic. Some of these were my early pottery, and I did one up there. So those big plates. There was a design called Out and About. It was really about Italian hilltop town with a little church and a car coming along, and people, and there's lovely sort of lollipop trees. What are they called? I don't know what they're called now, but anyway, there they are. And ceramics are made by the children. I think this is one of the girls. This one here, 2000, had several breaks. Flora made that, with 3 daisies on it. So she must have been about, she was born in 1990, she must have been 10 when he had that. We have the odd photograph on the dresser. That's George and my grandson Benji. And I have rather a precious photograph of my dad, who died about 15 years ago. Have that there, and again another family picture of my mum and my sister, which is very special, sitting there. So that's a little family group. My brother is not there. And then really coming around into the sitting area, we have full-on fabrics. So we have little fern, which was the same as the hall fabric, but a much smaller version. And we've got a lovely little stripe here. It's called Simple Ticking. It's nice to have a stripe. This is May Blossom. Sits there, and I think some of these are reflected in the blinds around the room. So there's an interplay of pattern. It's pattern on pattern, which I think you can do as long as you stick to a colour palette. So I've probably got about 3 or 4 colours going on. Terracotta, smoky blue, a grey, and a dark grey, and then a sort of pigeony colour. And I just stick to those, but I can pile patterns on top of each other. And here we've got curtains and more of these roller blinds that work well with these pelnets in these windows. My husband and one of my kids just can't stop reading books, so there's always books everywhere. I probably read a little bit less, just I like a good novel. We use these 2 bookcases either side of the fireplace. You know, it's sort of a purposeful aesthetic, symmetrical, and adds a little bit, you know, it's a great space for books, and also adds a lot of colour. I certainly don't look into deciding what colour books to go in a bookshelf or on the footstool. A book is a book. But some people I know do that. They kind of think, I think we need a terracotta book on that footstool, but that would be, for me, taking it a bit far, really. So I've got, my daughter Rose loves still life. She always sits and paints here in the kitchen. We've got 100 studios that she could sit in, but she wants to be here in the heart of the kitchen. So her easel's waiting, and we have quite a lot of her still lives here. One above the fireplace in lovely rustic colours, and then another one over there in ochre yellows. Got Kitty Garland, who is Rose's friend across the way, is really, really good at painting owls. I love this owl sitting here. That was Rose painted on Scottish Island. She found a bit of old floorboard in a garage, and she painted that lovely image. I think it's up in Mull or Skye. This is my sister sculpted Rose. Oh, this is Flora when she was little. And then this is Rose, done by my sister. She's also an artist. And then Rose did this of an old man. Well, I don't think he's very old actually, but so they all mean something. I'm being very careful not to break them. This was a wedding present. The picture of the Lake District on this side, and then Nestor Nicholas 1984 there. And then Flora did these lovely birds for Christmas, and I'd actually left them up. And of course the wood burner is great. In the winter we love it. On the floor in this house were these bricks, you can see outside, which we lifted and put outside. So they were sort of blue clay bricks that were on for the cows. Don't forget there were cows here, and cows don't want floorboards. So we found these reclaimed floorboards. So all the floorboards we've put in, everything, every single thing in this house is new. And in this room we've whitened them with lime to make them, it's more Scandinavian the look, and it's light and airy. So no, certainly the wood floors are all new. And we've got an oak floor next door, the sitting room. And all these, the blue tiles went outside to make the paths, which is quite fun, isn't it? Every chair is different, isn't it? I'm not sure that's great, but that's how it's evolved, really. I have a community room in town next to my shop, which we let out to everybody. We let people use it in the community for free for all sorts of reasons. And I bought 20 of these Italian, I'm afraid they're plastic chairs, but they're so resilient and amazing that I've ended up with a few of them here because they can be inside and outside. And they're also very good for older people they've got handles. Got another one here. Then we've got this sort of more aesthetically smart little, I don't know really what's going on there, but that's rather beautiful, isn't it? And then this I covered for a photo shoot. It's a Marks and Spencer's little office chair. Everybody loves this. The children love whizzing around in it. So that is also quite fun. I'm not very mixy and matchy. I quite like things to be different. And this table is unusually narrow and very long and has two ends. And we had 15 for Easter. That's how many we are now in the family, including my mum. So this is set up for that. And we'll take these wings off again soon and reduce it down. And then we have a couple of watercolours of my mother's there. We go to Wales, to the beach there, and they're us all in a sandcastle there and then on the beach. They're quite precious, really. And we have an indoor-outdoor, so we can eat out there easily or inside here. So it's really lovely having that opportunity to just jump outside without having to take lots of trays and things. We've got a vine that's just coming into leaf, which gives us lots of lovely shade. And on the other side of the kitchen, we have our vegetable garden, so we can nip out there and hopefully, as long as everything doesn't die of the drought, because I've had so little rain, we can pick a lettuce leaf and some greens out there. And I've got some chickens. In fact, they're absent at the moment, but I usually keep chickens. This is a sculpture Nick did of his mother, and she sits here watching me in the kitchen. Nick's the youngest of 8 kids, and they ran a prep school. So she was a headmaster's wife, and she did most of the cooking and the mending. So she was always by the cooker. So I have her here in the kitchen with me, and she was a very wise old lady. So for lighting, we haven't gone for any spots or anything, but we've gone for these overhead lamps with diffusers in them, so that you don't get any bright bulb light in your eyes. Got 2 of them, but of course we've moved the kitchen around, so luckily we've had extension of this wire, what do you call this stuff? Electrical cord, because this table was once in the middle, so luckily. So those are 2 lights that light up those areas. I have a little lamp there, and then these 2 really nice, high, solid lights by the fireplace in lampshades made by my company, my business, again in that same print as the hall curtains. It's called Wild Fern, and it reflects the lovely smoky blue of the Stockholm stripe footstool and the cushions. So there's huge interplay of pattern, which I think works enough. A lot of people have plain sofas and patterned cushions, but here it's just eclectic. 30 years ago, I went to an auction in Cirencester. We needed a big dresser, and this one came up for sale. I had a baby in my backpack and I think 2 others, and my auction card with my number on it, and it came up, and it was missing this drawer. We had to have a drawer made, but I'd measured it. It was absolutely perfect, and I sort of came to bid for it, and eventually I had, you meant to put out your card with a number, but Ned had put the card down the back of the baby carrier, but I had to get him off and get the card out. And anyway, this eventually I came home and said, I've got the dresser. So I think it's absolutely perfect. And the bottom of it now is just full of children's toys. That's the place where the toys live. And I think in a big room like this, it's important to have big bits of furniture, right scale for the room, and this is the right scale for this room. A nice big sofa and a nice big table. Otherwise, you end up with lots of space, and I don't think it works that very well, really. We hang out in this room, Nick and I, in the winter and in the summer, but because next door we have our computer and workstation, if you like, and I have a drawing table and my sewing machine and the telly, that room also gets used a lot. And we have another eating area. This loses the sun in the evening. We have another eating area out there where we get the evening sun. But we don't really need much more than this room, but we do have the backup pantry, which is a lovely old-fashioned word, isn't it? So that takes away quite a lot of the, if you like, the less aesthetic parts of the kitchen, like the microwave and the dishwasher is round there, and extra pots and pans. So I have got that lovely room. And then beside that's my washroom. So I have a washing machine, and I'm really mad about hanging up washing outside. So that's always quite a trek, but I absolutely love hanging the washing out on lines. It's wonderful. I find it very therapeutic and lovely that it's free, isn't it? Doesn't use up any electricity. I would describe my style or aesthetic as I discovered it 32 years ago, slowly, as simple, rustic, at that time I was hand printing on my own fabric, so it looked hand printed, unsophisticated, I suppose, but I was really interested in the interplay of colours, and that became, colour was as important as the design. So I was mixing my own colours and combining colours together that were hopefully sitting beautifully with the colours and the landscape of this house. I also wanted to keep the rustic idea was really just to keep with the honesty of the building. I was then doing lots of cockerel and hen fabrics, which I've evolved from that moment, but that's where we started with simple stripes. And now I've become more playful with pattern. Welcome into, if you like, my office and Nick's office. I do have an office in Cirencester, but I don't go all the time. So this is a very nice workspace in here. It's integrated into the bookshelf, the computers on the table, and yet more paraphernalia on this fireplace. There's a lovely painting by a friend of mine. It's a vase of flowers turned around 4 times in black and white. And here I am with my 2 daughters. And this is my daughter by a friend. And so it goes on, really. What have I got here? Oh yes, it's a poem by one of them. And this wedding invitation that we did with lino for George and Cleo's wedding. And luckily we put on it, please bring your wellies, because it rained and rained, so that was lucky. And there's a lovely little thing here from Flora, all her little animals that's sitting there. So that's a sort of lovely place, and this is the workspace. This here is a very important part of the house. The drinks cupboard, highly hidden away there. And so we have books. This is mainly Nick's area. He's the bookie, and he's got this all organised, but don't ask me where everything is. I can see the travel books, but that's about it. So this is the sitting room. The children nicknamed it the gastro pub when we did it because of the dark walls. In England it became a thing to dark grey on the walls. So this is known as the gastro pub. The children call it that. I don't call it that. And in here we have a secret telly, of course. We definitely aren't purists. We like our telly. We like to shut it away as well. Another wood burner, a more sort of roundy Swedish one. And then fabrics that came out of my Artisan collection, which is made by folding and dipping and dyeing fabric in the Japanese style of shibori. So this is the way of creating these patterns. I obviously had to scan them in and make them into screen prints, but this is how they originated. And it's that, and another fabric up there with Roman blinds. And we've got a few bits of brown inherited furniture here with a few photographs on them. And this fabric here is another one. It's called, this is called shibori, and it's another interplay. You look at it and sometimes you see the spiky sort of yellow shape, and then if you look again you can see there's a flower, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 petal flower. It's an interplay between those two shapes, which is quite fun. It depends where you are to what you see. And further away I think you see the flower. I have a sewing station. I love having my sewing machine at the ready so I can mend or make. And this is this lovely airy slight space that I can sit and play with designing and cutting potato prints or whatever I want to do. And here I've got this is how that dotty check evolved from something that Rose did for me, and then eventually we formalised it into, we had to make it a bit more uniform, and it became this, and then we had to scale it and colour it. Here we are having a go with different coloured dots. So this is the workspace, and that again falls out into the garden from another angle. Really hot today, isn't it? We've got this wonderful light, which I can move around, but it's fantastic top light in the winter, and just makes the room feel a little bit more modern. I quite like that juxtaposition of an old building but with a slightly more modern interior. And the windows all Scandinavian triple glazed windows. We started off with French windows. On the other side of the house we've got windows that came from a French La Paire supermarket, sort of French equivalent of, I don't know what we call it now, but B&Q or something in France. And we took our old Volvo over and we filled it with the French windows, but they were only single glazed, so we had to replace them. But across there you can see that we still have French ones going on that side, which is quite fun. This is the oak floor, slightly limed. And then on the sofas, just to protect them from sticky fingers and whippets, I've got rugs from Solva Woolen Mill in Wales, who I work quite closely with, and they make and weave all our rugs that I sell through my business. And these are their traditional Welsh design, and they're just nice and heavy and sit beautifully on the sofa. And I obviously got them here as well, but they're just protecting the footstool from spills. I think it works. And here we've got a lovely round poof I make through my business for people, an extra seat. It's covered in Harris tweed from the Isle of Harris. I'll give you a really quick little potted history of, so I was born in Cumbria, which is up in England, north of England in the Lake District. And my parents were, we lived in an old farmhouse, and my parents were amateur artists. My mother was a dressmaker, a lot of creativity going on. And I went to an amazing school on the banks of Lake Windermere, which is now a museum, called Blackwell, an arts and crafts house, with incredible friezes and all sorts of beautiful tiles, and the aesthetic was beautiful, and I think it all subconsciously gave me an appreciation of pattern, I suppose. And following that, I ended up being a nurse in London. I did a nursing degree at one of the big London hospitals, and I ended up in intensive care, working there, and I met Nicholas. And so I was very much embedded in the sciences. And when we left London and had these kids, I started one morning a week going down to Stroud Art College. We were near Stroud then, which is about half an hour west. And I had a morning off a week, and I wanted to do pottery, but it was full. But there was this thing called surface print, surface design. It had spaces, and I ticked the box, not even knowing what it was, just desperate to have my own few hours to breathe in. And I was completely hooked. It was like some electricity. I just felt so excited by it. So I did it for 4 years, no qualification. I didn't want to do any of what was on offer, you know, I just wanted to do it. And I built up a skill set, which eventually when we moved here, and I had all these windows, I was able to print my own fabric on the ping pong table, silk screens, and my mother made the curtains, so we were a bit of a duet, I suppose. Eventually that publicity from, well, then I let this house out to other people as a location, and they saw what was going on here, and it was one of the big newspapers and a magazine, Country Living, wanted to do features, and the whole thing launched the business. In the year 2000, I launched it. It grew quite quickly at the beginning, and a lot of people just coming to me and liking the feel of it, because I hadn't done a sophisticated textile degree, so my fabrics were sort of, if you like, very naive and almost childlike, and they sort of hit the right note with some people. I carried on. I always wanted to do something that wasn't going to damage the environment, so I was always very eager to use organic cotton only to work with. That's always been my big driver, really, is to make sure that I only buy organic cotton, mainly because of all the damage it does to the herbicides and pesticides do to the cotton pickers. I read an awful article and thought, I don't want to be part of that. So the ethos has been constant through, and I'm still, I think, to be honest, I don't know any other designer that only uses organic cotton. It's more expensive for a start, but I would love to know if there are others. And we're also very keen on keeping our carbon footprint low and using very local artisans and upholsterers and cushion makers. So I think we've grown, and we've moved away from this house into the local town, where we have I think, really nice shop and showroom, and people come and visit us there, and all the fabrics are on show. And I think that the fabrics become less image-based, and now we've moved into slightly more subtle shapes and patterns that hopefully have a more sophisticated appeal beyond the chicken, but maybe not. Shall we go outside and have a look at the garden? So here we are walking out into our garden, which is, this area down here is wilder with pallied fruit trees. We have a funny, during lockdown, I think it was, my son and husband built this tree house up here, which is suspended from the trees with cables. And that's a great, shady, lovely place to go up and sit. And up there, I have another funny little eyrie. So this is all wild, and we have a sand pit and a place to sit. And the courtyard, which is like another room really, is quite formal. And we've used box hedging to, I'm afraid some of it's not very happy, but we've used box hedging to make shapes. Standard privet, and we have a few standard roses, so it's quite a welcoming space, I think. And the lavender, which is now very old, needs completely changing, it's having its last year on each side. It's a late, I think it's called Augustifolia, It's a late flowering lavender, so it's August, September. We have lots of roses and climbers and euphorbia, which is again quite structural and architectural, and we've left all that this year because I know we've got birds nesting in there. Can I see them? There's definitely a big bird's nest in there. And we've got this little cosy corner here where we can eat, which we might have seen from the inside. And the vine is just coming into leaf. It's always very late, but it starts casting a much better canopy of shade over the table. So we sit here quite a lot to eat, but it is very hot today, isn't it? But these standard unanimous, I think they're called, or privet, or grow up and give us, again, more shade. And we've got layers and layers of climbers. Here we've got some wisteria, some jasmine, some passion flower, some roses, so there's lots and lots of stuff going on. What I like most about my home here is the light. Every room is lit from both sides because we're this single room to room to room around this courtyard. So we have windows on each side and even on the end here. So I think it's the light. And in the Cotswolds that's quite unusual because a lot of houses are quite old over here in England, very old and very dark. And so here we have a lot of lovely light. I also love the fact that the rooms are able to take quite a lot of colour because of the lightness, and also we're lucky to have quite a good big size rooms. We've created, we were able to define the size of our rooms, and so we can I can use lots and lots of colour, so light and colour, and also I'm absolutely mad about the garden and the birds and the flowers. So I'm just so lucky to be able to walk out with my spare bowl of cereal in the morning and just listen to the dawn chorus, and watching all the leaves unfurling at the moment is just magical. And then back into the house, into the hall. The planner said that we didn't have room to make another floor in this place, but we did, and it's all quite tight. This is our room. It's a bit like we're in the sort of controlling area here, so I can see all the way down to that bedroom, and all the way down to that bedroom from our bed, so we can see who's up, if the doors are open, of course, and we can see what's going on. So this is a really old bed. We cut from MDF. We cut these two ends, just sheets of MDF, and painted them and attached them to our bed base, and it works very well. It's a bit like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. The children can sit here and face us with cushions, and it works well at Christmas, opening our stockings. And this is a new print of mine called Sunflower, which I made out of lino and launched last year. Kind of a jolly, stylised sunflower. This fabric here, which is on my mother's old dressing room, this is my mother's dressing table, chair and table, is called Four Seasons, and each tree represents a different season. Here we've got all the way from my nursing degree certificate, I think. So to being a nursing state registered nurse, to an early lino I did in Tuscany, making everything into spots and stripes. Mummy did a watercolour of me sitting, painting in Wales. And photographs. This is my great-grandmother's painting. So they're all old friends. This print is called Fruit Garden. It's a wallpaper. It's very sunny and just sort of fits perfectly in this space. And again, my father's artwork now. Dad's two paintings of Dad's and Mum's and Reflora's. This is a poof that we make through my business, and they're just great for occasional seats, and it works when we're bathing grandchildren. This is an old, lovely bit of old marble. I made some of the tiles in the house, and these tiles, I don't know if it's worth showing you, but here we've got a picture of the 4 children in the central tile. In fact, my mum painted those for me. She came for a day to my course, and I did the surrounding ones, and she did this lovely little little picture of the 4 of them. And then we enter into the grandchildren room, which is quite fun. It's this sort of quite a strong pink, and I haven't got any grandchildren that like pink, but anyway, it's this colour. It was always been this colour. Flora liked this colour, and I put my collection of dolls over that bed, and there's a few here. Lots of books and toys, so they squeeze in here, and then their parents sleep through there. So it works quite well. And we've got a couple of occasional beds if we want to swell the numbers. This is another bedroom, quite simple room, and got a great patchwork quilt made from bits and bobs of my fabric. The headboard is made from Up the Garden Path, which is one of my best-selling. It's a sort of take on a Swedish design. A friend of my daughter's was wearing a skirt with something like this on it, and I instantly had to draw it, and I call it Up the Garden Path because of the formality of the design. And this is a design by my husband Nicholas. It's called By the Sea, and it's really one of those lovely, like St Ives. Oops, wrong way around. Oh, that's the right way around. It's like a St Ives scene where there's lots of little houses and steps going up. And on this side, I think we've got boats and a lighthouse. So that's quite fun, isn't it? This is another quite wonderful bedroom, really, and they have a bathroom in there. So that's one family. George and his children normally have this wing, this bit. And then I'll take you through to what I call Billy's room now, who's 2.5. He sleeps next door to us. So down here, I have another line of bedrooms. This is where normally Billy sleeps, who's 2.5. And this bed here has a new design on it called fine foliage. So it's lots of leaves and ferns that I collected in Cumbria, where we go from time to time, and I pressed them and made that print. I think it's my favourite one at the moment. And this one is called For Love of Rose, and it's got a sort of bohemian couple living in a shepherd's hut. And it's just quite fun. And then this is a bit more of the Up the Garden Path. Choosing the colours for these rooms, the children had a choice. I gave them a colour palette that I liked, and then they chose a colour, and this is a Chinese blue by Farrow & Ball. And I'm trying to think who it was. Ned, who had this room, chose this blue. And Flora had the children's room, chose that pink. And then through here, Rose has chose this absolutely wonderful sort of madder red. I can't remember who it's by or what it is, but it's just a sort of gorgeous colour. And she's chosen all these beautiful Indian bits of furniture. So she has this little sideboard, this absolutely lovely pink display cabinet for her precious things, and then they're all classic Indian furniture colours, and then there's that green painted shelving for her clothes. So she lives in London, but she comes to and fro, and this is her room. And this bed is probably, I don't know, 60 years old or something. I got it in a junk shop 38 years ago or something. It's still going. So this is just painted lime white like the hall, and the bed head in Wild and Free, in tomato we call it, the colour, is the hero of the room, really. So I didn't want it to fight with the colour on the walls. So this is all in what I call tomato and teal. The stripe is Stockholm stripe, little fern, and then Wild and Free. And my husband had that picture in his nursery above the bed of some sort of, I don't know what it is, a sort of fantasy hill village or something. And that was from his home. He's now 73, so it's pretty old. And in here, this bathroom here, I painted the tiles. They tell a little story. Of course, they're all covered up, aren't they? I think it starts with oh, here we are. It says, at the beginning, George and Rose, once upon a time, one fine moonlit night, and Flora and Edmund. And there's a story about them going out to sea in a boat, and then the lighthouse flashing. And somebody came to stay recently, and they told me the end tile was upside down, the harbour, and it is. I never noticed it. Hot baths, hot water bottles and hot soup. No more sea adventures at night, the end. That was where they had their baths when they were little. I think it's because everything was so expensive to make my own fabrics for the windows and own tiles was just really an attempt to save money at the time and to make everything. So it's been nice slowly being able to add in beautiful bed heads and a few well-made blinds, and I kept the tiles, of course, but the rest of it is some of it's as it was, and some of it has evolved. So come with me and we'll have a look at the art studios. I haven't warned him, so we'll see. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 studios. So I just popped outside to our studios, where we have 4 studios with very talented craftspeople who come now, on a daily basis, and had the space to be creative here. And this is Jeremy Bonner, who's a very well-known leather worker in the UK, very skilled, and he's just maybe show you what he's been making, or give you a few words about his work.
This afternoon I've just been cutting out these leaf shapes. I use them as templates for cutting out leather for making these kind of leafy bags.
Wow. And what sort of fruit are they?
This is sloes, particularly.
Sloes. Wow, can you show us how it opens?
Yeah.
Is this a commission, Jeremy?
No, it's just stuff I've just been making lately. So essentially I'm just working from things I see in the hedgerows on my cycle journey into work.
Oh, that's so nice.
So it's sloe berries, bird's eggs, oak galls.
Oh, yes.
So yeah, I'm just making portraits of the trees that I see.
Oh yeah, that's fantastic. So we're all inspired by the nature outside our workshops and home, aren't we?
There's that actually. It's particularly the journey to work.
Oh yes.
It's a 4.5 mile bicycle ride, and it's the things that I see in the morning. It's the brown hares, it's the rabbits, the kites, the merlins, the redstarts, the bramblings.
Gosh, you're so busy looking. I'm surprised you don't crash into the ditch.
But it's all kind of part and parcel of working here, I think. It's part of that joyful experience of working. No, it's true. I've seen more wildlife in those 4.5 miles in the last 8 years than I did for the first 57 years of my life.
Oh, that's really nice.
It's absolutely brilliant, and it's something I look forward to every day. And what a great view from the studio as well. It's absolutely brilliant.
Good. Well, there we are. You said all the right things. I didn't warn him or pay him. What makes a house a home is a really, really interesting question. In fact, Rose, my kid, one of my kids who's the artist, she has recently just done a master's at the Royal College of Art, and she had to do some writing, and it was all about what makes a house a home. So we had to think about this together, and for me, and even more for her, I think it's about what's happening in the house that makes it the home, the activities, the interests, the hobbies. everyone can puff up cushions and make a really cosy sitting room, but what are you doing in that space, really? So I suppose and what you're doing should be evident. It's not being afraid of having activities out. So the house is being used and enjoyed, and to have artwork on the walls that isn't professional, just things that people have made and bits of writing and poetry. Maybe, I mean, what Rose likes is slightly chaotic interior with everything out and books being read, and I'm probably a bit more, let's put things away a bit, but I also love the fact that my sewing machine is ready to sew. I don't have to put it away. My art table is ready to go. My husband has his own drawing area for his work. So I suppose it's what gives it's what gives the house a beating heart, is really the activities going on inside it. And for me, and helped by Rose looking into that, that's, I think, if that makes any sense, that's how I'd answer that question.
Hi Homeworthy, I'm Steve Cordoni and I'm excited to show you around a couple of my favourite spaces at my country house in Australia, so come on in.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
Hey guys, my name's Steve Cordoni and I'm interior stylist from Sydney, Australia, and welcome to my country home. Rosedale Farm was a pipe dream. It was 3.5 years in the finding. We searched all around Australia to find a country house, and we came upon a whim to see Rosedale 8 years ago, and it was just love at first sight. And I think everyone always says, you know, the right place will come up when the time is right, and it was like the house found us. So it's 1877 Georgian manor house, and it had great bones. It had beautiful high ceilings, beautiful grounds. We're on 120 acres in Orange, which is about 3.5 hours northwest of Sydney, and a great town with wineries and beautiful restaurants, and so it just became this great place to call, you know, this our country house. We spent 8 years renovating. We went room by room. We did the garden. There's about 30,000 plants and trees that we planted, and we redid every single room from the ground up and rewired and replumbed. But it was, yeah, a really beautiful home that had a lot of heritage in the area, and we wanted to do it justice and bring it back to life. You always have that storybook kind of fairy tale country house in your mind, and we definitely did when we were searching for it. And I think when we drove up, it was just that perfect kind of storybook fairy tale home at the base of a hill, which we knew instantly we could do something with. So welcome to the living room. This is probably one of my favorite spaces in the house. It was originally 2 rooms. This was the formal lounge room, and it was the morning room. And we opened up this wall here to make one big sort of grand lounge space. It has such great light, and I think I just wanted to like really play on that. And so with these 3.6 meter ceiling heights, I wanted to give the walls a bit of texture and a bit of layering. And so we did all this beautiful French paneling, which I love. But then again, to sort of play with that old and new, I painted everything out in this almost a gallery white, which is Popcorn by Porter's Paints. And again, it just gives this sort of clean, crisp layer, but there's so many details with all the detailing, and then you can start to add all these different details and textures and materials with all the other elements that I brought in. So I think once I had the layout of the space, I really wanted to work with a really giant rug to kind of, you know, demarcate this space and I guess kind of join the 2 areas. And so for me, it was all about texture and natural earthy materials, and that's what I love about styling homes and designing homes, is that they should always be living. So I've got lots of different materials in here that are quite sort of earthy and quite natural, and so I really wanted to use this Abaca jute for the rug. So it's a 9 by 3 meter rug which is quite big, but it really connects both spaces, which I love. And so we've got this sort of more sort of TV lounging space, and then down here, sit by the fire, play games, relax and chill. But because we have this rug, which kind of connects both spaces, it kind of feels like it feels warm, connected and harmonious within the context of these four walls. I think for me, the feeling that I wanted within this space was it to feel super, super cozy. There's not that much artwork on the walls because there's these beautiful Australian cedar windows, which I think once I had this sort of crisp background of the white walls, they kind of almost look like their own frames. And then they have these beautiful vistas outside to the garden, and it just feels quite beautiful and ethereal when you walk through. And so I wanted to kind of introduce the color palette that you can see beyond the windows inside. And so I think I really started with this really beautiful Schumacher fabric, and that was the basis of the color palette and I guess the tones of the overall space. So once I had that color palette, I guess I started to mood board that up, but then I kind of wanted to play with the layout of the space. And for me, it was about sort of introducing this beautiful central table. And I love that because there's two entrances now because we opened up this space. So you walk through, and I wanted to have this sort of beautiful round drop gate leg table, which again, beautiful antique piece that I found at an auction. And for me, it just allows me to add so many different styling elements to the table. There's, things, this beautiful tray that I got in Italy. There's all my beautiful selection of books. There's this gorgeous little bamboo bowl that I got from India, and a beautiful sort of paper mache bowl there. And I always have fresh flowers. And so it is almost like this sort of landing point, and you can go either way to the lounge space or to this sort of more chilled, relaxed space. For me, keeping this space very relaxed, playing with the proportions of the furniture in here was really important. I wanted these armchairs to be big and yum and comfy, so you could sit by the fire, look out the window, play games, have a glass of wine, and do all the things that you want to do at the end of the day, but feel sort of really enveloped by the space. Even though this is quite grand, this space, it still feels quite intimate, and I think really working with the layout of furniture and making sure that things are at the right height and chairs are turned into each other, and make sure that practically they're working to feel kind of cozy and to feel quite connected to not only other pieces of furniture but to the people that are using the space was really important. And then I think, again, talking about all the textures and materials, when I look at the space, there's a lot going on, but really when I think about the color palette, because it is sort of that monochromatic, I guess, color palette, working with that beautiful fabric that I started with, I see lots of different materials. There's beautiful linen on the sofa. There's some gorgeous velvet cushions. There is the rattan of these beautiful floor lamps. There's the gilt of the mirror. Then there's these beautiful 18th century Italianate gilt chandeliers, and then there's my vintage Louis Vuitton trunk and some beautiful the dark antique of the table, and then there's marble. And so there's so many different materials and textures within this one space, but it all kind of works because I haven't got so many different colors. And for me, that is the most probably magic part of this room, but also a magic part of when you're layering and you're curating a home. And that's what I love about creating something that feels harmonious, but also works within the confines of the space. So this sort of more lounge space, this was probably the first room that I walked into as I walked in the front door. And again, the first thing that I loved was this beautiful sort of bay window door situation. And it was a tricky one because I didn't know if the dark wood was too dark, was it too red, was it too orange? But now I think once we painted everything around it crisp white, now I look at that and it's almost like this beautiful sort of artwork and a frame out to the front pond and the garden beyond. And so I'm glad that we kept that. And it's, there's so much detail within it, which I love. And it just creates this beautiful connection between inside and outside. The other thing that I really love is these beautiful sort of wide cornices. And I think, that's very much pivotal to that kind of 1877 Georgian style. And we kind of introduced a lot more of that throughout the house. And for me, again, really about these proportions in these beautiful windows and these beautiful cedar wood, it really kind of tells a story and creates almost like frames and paintings towards the garden. And then everything inside, I've kind of tried to create this beautiful symbiosis between the beautiful architectural details and then some of the furniture. So darker type timber with these beautiful Louis style armchairs that I had recovered. So again, playing with that sort of old meets new, but everything tells the same sort of story. So this is one of 7 fireplaces in the house, and it's the original. We don't use this as much, but because now we've got air conditioning, thank Lord. But also there's a beautiful wood combustion one down here, which again really kind of heats the space. But I just love them. I think again it creates a beautiful focal point. And then I was lucky enough to find these 2 matching, very hard to find matching mantle mirrors at an auction, and they just again reflect the light. They kind of mirror what's going on outside and creates this sort of special drama within the room. I guess the approach for this particular country house was a bit tricky because there's 19 rooms and there was, the gardens and the interior, and it started off as, very much let's just paint inside, outside, let's redo the bathrooms, redo the kitchen, and then we'll be done. And I think as soon as we sort of started unpacking all of the layers, we realized that we really wanted to do everything from the ground up, and almost had to, because there was a few issues that we found along the way. And I think for me as the designer of this particular property, I definitely wanted to be sympathetic to the heritage of the actual architecture and I guess the heritage of the house, but I definitely wanted to fuse my style. And so projects that I do sort of city, based in Sydney and around different areas, I guess were a bit sort of harder edged, and I knew that I wanted to make this a bit softer and a bit more conducive to this sort of country lifestyle and country feel, I guess. And so I definitely leaned into that English country manor, countryside kind of style, but really kind of wanted to think about how to start this project. And so there was so many different rooms and I didn't know where to start. And so this is what I always talk about in my masterclasses. It's that, really start with a mood board. And so I went room by room and I started with the office for some reason. I think it was probably the clearest idea of what I wanted that space to be. But then I went room by room, the bathroom, the kitchen, the dining room, and all the bedrooms, and I created an individual mood board for each of those spaces. I knew that this space, the renovation wouldn't be short. I knew that it would kind of be, ongoing. Probably not as long as 6 years, but c'est la vie, here we are. But I definitely wanted to have those visual moments on paper so I could see what those spaces would look like. And given that it was such a long renovation, seeing lots of different things as a stylist and a designer and creative director, I see so many things on a daily basis, for work and also play in the digital sphere that we live in. And so it's easy to get blown off course of like, oh, do I want that look now? Or do I want this look? And so I definitely came back to that sort of style blueprint and those mood boards and just worked room by room individually, because it was a long process, but all throughout the whole renovation journey, I wanted to make sure that the overall story was told and it was harmonious and it felt like everything worked from one room to the next. The vision for me was definitely this sort of classic English side manor house, but fused with this contemporary overlay. And I think in general, every project that I work on, that's generally my style sort of mood board and my style DNA. But I definitely wanted to kind of keep, I guess, that kind of classicism within the paneling that we put in and really take on with some beautiful antiques and vintage pieces that we brought in. But I wanted to feel quite contemporary and quite conducive to our lifestyle. It was very different how they sort of lived in 1877 and beyond to now. And so, we wanted to open up some spaces and some rooms to make it a bit more open plan living, but still keep the coziness. So I think it was definitely all about balance and getting that idea of classic meets modern, old meets new, and really playing with that contrasted duality. And that's my style in general. Any project that I do, I always want to have a nod to the past, but firmly sort of looking at the future. And definitely a neutral monochromatic color scheme. That was probably one of the most important things, to be able to kind of get that balance of old and new. So this is the main dining room, formal dining room, I should say. And this was definitely a sort of dream space and wallpaper that I saw many, many years ago. I stored it away in my inspiration file, and I knew that I wanted to use it somewhere where it would have drama and impact. For me, it kind of reminds me of the garden that we're surrounded by, the house. It's definitely more tropical and sort of fantastical, but it really is this sort of convivial space that always starts a conversation. And for me, this Excel, it's by Excel, which is a London brand, and it's this incredible sort of, I guess, wallpaper that has this beautiful texture through it, and it's almost been inspired by these 17th and 18th century wall tapestries. And so for me, it just kind of gives this incredible story of what's beyond. But I've had so many people that have come into this space, whether they are into design or not, or nieces or nephews, young people, old people, and it just blows them away because it takes you to somewhere else. And I think that's what homes should do. They should sort of transport you to a different space and a different time. And so the starting point really was this wallpaper. It's called Dream, and it is a dream. It kind of feels fantastical, it feels ethereal, there's monkeys, there's birds. And so essentially what I wanted to do was, again, I guess in my own little way, give it more of a contemporary spin. And so I think adding this beautiful sort of chair rail at 90 centimeters high, painting that again crisp white, just gives it this beautiful kind of juxtaposition between the beautiful moody tone of the wallpaper. And then I kind of just wanted to play on that. And so bring in, again, more contemporary pieces, but that sort of old meets new. The case in point is this beautiful armoire that I found at an auction. And again, the scale was perfect. I love these beautiful brass sort of hinges and hardware, but it was in this sort of brown, a bit sort of slightly orange brown timber. And so what I did was have my carpenter sort of ebonize it and turn it into this beautiful tall black cabinet. And again, all the detail for me when something is painted quite flat, just it brings it out and tells a story. And so that sort of looks, you know, really quite tall and quite imposing. But again, this juxtaposition between something that's a bit more fun and classic and fantastical, something that's a bit more hard-edged, it kind of has that really nice sort of duality. And so for me, they're the sort of main elements that I really wanted to play with within the dining room. And then again, another chandelier, because I think you always need a chandelier in a country home. And this was something that I searched for, I don't know, I want to say 2 years for, until I found the exact right thing. So I found this in a beautiful antique store, Graham Geddes in Melbourne. And it's this incredible sort of 18th century Italian style chandelier. And again, I think the idea of having these beautiful crystals, which is quite classic and antique, mixed in with lots of these different other elements, you know, super contemporary chairs. It just has that mix and that sort of meld. But because everything is in, you know, a really harmonious color palette, it seems to sort of work. And so they're those main elements that I love in this space. And I think, you know, we've had so many parties here, we've had events, we've had weddings, and the overall mood of this space, yes, visually it looks great and it's sort of imposing, but the mood that this space gives us is really soulful and really special. It feels warm, it feels cozy, and I definitely think that's, you know, thanks to this beautiful wallpaper that wraps around you and wraps around everyone who seems to kind of sit down to share a meal at the table. So this is the dining room, and I promise there's only one of my other favorite spaces. There's three. This one actually leads into the kitchen, which I'll take you through to now. So welcome to the kitchen. This is one of the spaces I think generally everyone seems to kind of conjure around the kitchen. And the starting point for the design was really about three key pieces. It was the floor, the chevron reclaimed oak, which we found, it came from France. This beautiful sort of Ralph Lauren billiard pendant, and then the beautiful marble, Arabescato Vagli marble. They were the three elements that I think, thinking of my dream kitchen, they were really at the top on my mood board. And so building the space around those was super important. And I guess for me, it was about creating that kind of classic English style kitchen, but also giving it that contemporary edge. And I think painting the beautiful shaker style cabinetry in this sort of, it's almost charcoal meets sort of khaki green. And what I love about it is that it kind of changes colors throughout the day. So in different lights, it looks slightly more green. Sometimes in the afternoon when there's a bit more warmth in the sun outside, it sort of feels a bit more blue. And then when it's a bit more sort of gray, it feels more charcoal. And so for me, that sort of contemporary element and the idea that it kind of, you know, each space, every time you walk in, it feels different. It feels like a different color. I think that for me is like the most important thing and sort of the fun thing about having a home and creating a home. And so that was sort of, you know, it's a beautiful color called Black Cockatoo by Porter's. And it just moves throughout the day. And I think that's really fun and really playful element within the kitchen. For me, walking into this space, it was half the size, essentially, because it was, you know, a very classic old kitchen. There was an old bathroom in this side, there was a sort of walk-in pantry on this side, and the kitchen was about half of this space. It had a lino floor, it had a very sort of simple basic kitchen that was done in the 70s, and so even though it wasn't my aesthetic at all, and we completely changed it, I did not want to kind of lose that sort of intimacy and that sort of warmth of those classic English country kitchens. So for me, it was about, you know, looking at the space, how we were going to do the layout, and there were so many elements and so many ways that I could have done this kitchen. I could have made a big, beautiful, long island bench, but I decided to kind of keep it more informal and base it around this beautiful sort of old classic Essie stove that we have. And so I wanted to keep that. I wanted to make I guess the cabinetry feel like it was more sort of not inbuilt. It was, you know, floating pieces of furniture, and then build the story around that. And so having this sort of wide, but, you know, quite packed, you know, quite small kitchen bench was important because I always feel like people gather around it, and it just felt quite intimate, and so I didn't want it to feel too daunting. But because, you know, it's a contemporary world, there's a lot of things that we need to house, I made sure that we have lots of beautiful cabinetry. And so throughout all of this cabinetry, we use these pocket doors, which you sort of open up, and this is one of the beautiful little storage units that we have. And so we've got the toaster and the kettle and the coffee machine in there. And then the next one is just more of the pantry, which is not looking the best at the moment. But, you know, all these little things, storage, the way that we can kind of like hide things, but also, you know, it's conducive to our life because there's a lot of things that we need on a day-to-day basis. So it doesn't feel sort of too imposing within the space of the kitchen. And so all those practical elements, I think for me, were really important, but as well as the visual storytelling. And I think a lot of the things that I see when I'm styling or designing kitchens, I want there to be that really nice balance of practical, but also really aesthetic. And I think that's why I have lots of artwork in the kitchen. I've got these beautiful styling elements and little vignettes that I've created on the bench tops, just like I would on a coffee table or a bedside table or a hallway console. And so I keep that sort of same aesthetic and styling, I guess, idea in the confines of the kitchen, but I make sure that they're practical. So where I've got, you know, interesting little things like this beautiful salt holder that I got in Italy. You know, it's a beautiful piece that's also practical. There's my salt, but it also looks great on the kitchen bench. And so using little vases to house parsley and herbs and things like that. Those little styling tips for me, that's sort of the most exciting thing about playing with that, you know, really utilitarian idea of what a kitchen should be, but making it sort of really visually beautiful and aesthetic with pieces that are around you that you just love and that feel good. One of the things that I loved about the original kitchen was this old English Essie stove and oven, and it's powered by wood, and so it is so beautiful to cook on. We don't use it all the time because it, you know, the fire makes a bit of a mess. We've got the new bank of ovens over here. For me, I really wanted to build, you know, this sort of back end of the kitchen around this beautiful oven. And, you know, just we updated the tiles around the back with these beautiful deep green Zellige tiles, which again, kind of work with the color of the cabinetry. And for me, it just, again, it kind of mixes in that old meets new sort of element. And again, I love cooking. It's very rare that I get to cook and host so much now because I'm always traveling a lot. But for me, entertaining at home and building a space and designing a space around the idea of entertaining is super important. For me, I love tablescaping, but I think whenever I'm entertaining, I always want to think about one idea. And so that could be, you know, a story that you want to tell, it could be the occasion, it could be inspired by a movie that you've seen, or a restaurant that you've just visited in Italy or, you know, France. And so building the story around that is always a really simple way to start, you know, creating something, even if it's something informal for your family, for friends, you know, thinking about ideas that you can take to create something magical so they can like share a beautiful meal around the table is important for me. And again, I love to think about what flowers I'm using. I tend to use a lot of fruit and vegetables within my tablescaping. I've got lots of leftover parsley here from an event that I just did last weekend, and using things that are, you know, do feel quite utilitarian and do feel quite, you know, especially being on the farm, I went to the veggie garden and I grabbed lots of beautiful pumpkins and chard and rhubarb and parsley and put it all together to create this sort of very harvested look, which suited what I was doing in terms of the concept. And I think also thinking about where the food is situated. I love to just cook big things that are very simple, throw them in the oven, and then so usually this bench is usually used for, you know, a buffet style, you know, eatery, and so I kind of put all my big beautiful vintage chopping boards out there and just, you know, let people come up and enjoy it, and it just feels like so much more personal because you're at someone's home. All those little styling details, as long as they go back to the concept and the theme that you're trying to create, make something that's seemingly an informal Sunday family dinner super special. So the next space that I want to show you is take you upstairs to the primary bedroom and bathroom. So I studied interior design at a design college in Sydney, and it was, I got affiliated with Belle magazine, which was a runner-up in the Belle Young Interior Designer of the Year. I did not win, but that's okay. I'm not bitter about it at all. But it was the first foray into sort of magazine land, and I think I always knew that I loved obviously interior design and lots doing all that hard design stuff. But for me, it was really about the styling elements and creating those moments within a home or within a photo shoot, and creating and telling a story. And so for me, working in magazines for 6 years, you know, various different editorial titles, and then advertising, and then I started working with events and creating these, you know, basically telling stories for magazines, for private weddings and events. And so I think for me, growing through that sort of process, and I think definitely honing my skills as an editorial stylist led to sort of what I'm doing now, which is, you know, building a business and doing products and sort of, you know, working with global brands locally, overseas, and hosting events and sharing as much of the knowledge that I've learned over the 18 years of my career with as many people as I can. And so, yeah, it's been a fun journey, but, you know, I think really starting with creating the best and telling the best story that I can through that magazine lens has sort of led me to where I am now. My mum was an interior decorator and my father was a builder, and so I was always around renovating and, you know, colours and samples and but then also seeing the actual, you know, incarnation of these houses that Dad was building. And so definitely growing up with Mum and Dad doing that, you're working side by side a lot of the time, definitely led me into this sort of space. But I think growing up, I was very heavily influenced by performing arts, and I did lots of, you know, drama and music and dance and all those sort of performing arts sort of genres. And then I think just growing and I got to sort of high school and I started sort of thinking about more of the creative arts. And for me, I guess when I look at my early editorial work, and even now to a degree with the events and, you know, beautiful campaigns that I produce with different brands, there is always an element of theatre and theatrics. And so for me, I think it was, you know, moving into the creative arts really kind of told the story and kind of, I got to hone a bit of the love for performing, but also within this sort of creative realm, which, yeah, it touched on all of those different things. So this is the primary bedroom, which funnily enough was actually originally 3 rooms that we opened up to create one sort of more generous space, and then we added an ensuite through here. The thing that I love about this space was that originally it was the nursery, so it was where they used to have kids, and the teachers, the previous owners that were here before us were teachers, and they would actually take classes here and give classes to kids from local schools. And so it sort of has like quite a nice feeling. And the thing that I love the most about it is that it has windows on both sides, and so the light is beautiful all throughout the day. And I knew that I wanted this space to feel very kind of warm, very cozy, and stick to that beautiful sort of navy blue and tones of blue, because when you look outside, you see the beautiful blue of the lake, you see the beautiful sky, and it is so bathed in light. And so for me, this space was a really generous space to be able to work with. And so I wanted to create little breakout spaces within the context of, you know, hero in the bed, but then having this little kind of nook in the corner, which is bound by this Kentia palm, so you feel like you're somewhere, you know, being fanned by this beautiful plant, and then having another little nook over on this side with this beautiful vintage leather chair that I had reupholstered, and just little breakout spaces, because I think for me in the bedroom, it should feel quite warm and enveloping and feel like a place that you can go, and not just to sleep, but also to relax and to unwind. And so having little breakout spaces when you do have a generous space to be able to kind of work within those confines is really magic, and feels like, you know, it creates that sense of warmth and coziness. The idea of keeping, I guess, this really neutral palette with the beautiful jute of the carpet, and then the beautiful linen of the bedhead, and these sort of simple details with this leather of this Ralph Lauren pendant, was really sort of the background to be able to overlay a beautiful tone of blue. And I saw this, again, another Schumacher fabric, which is this chinoiserie, and I saw this beautiful fabric at a fabric house when I was sort of wandering around, and I just thought, it's such a beautiful color and such a beautiful pattern that it almost reminds me of sort of little pockets when I look out the window. And so for me, adding these little Roman blinds to this space rather than doing tall sort of long drapes made it feel more contemporary, but again, kept it quite like it was telling a story. Each little sort of section tells a little story. And I think, again, overall, within the overall space of the house, that's really what I wanted every room to do. Introducing different textures and materials like this beautiful leather, and then the brass detail of the cabinetry, and then, you know, the leather and the brass of the beautiful pendant. These vintage trunks we found at an auction, which are great. I love the mix of brass and leather. And for me, again, all these little textures, they feel quite neutral, but when you see them within the context of a room, all of those layers build on top of each other to create this space that feels, you know, one-dimensional when you walk in, but then you start to unpack all the different layers, and then you see all these new pockets, and it starts to unravel. And I think that's the magic of creating an interior, is you should walk into a space, instantly be hit by, you know, the beautiful overarching theme of that room, but then as you kind of get deeper and deeper into that space, start to unpack its layers and see all the little details that surround it. So from here, this primary bedroom leads into the primary bathroom, which is a little bit like a hotel space, and I want to show you that now because it's probably the space that I spend a lot of time in, bathing, sitting in the bath, which makes me feel very relaxed at the end of the day. So the starting point for this bathroom was really about, I had just come back from France, and it was an amazing sort of hotel that I'd stayed at that had this really generous marble bathroom. And whenever I'm styling any bathroom, I always wanted to make it feel like a beautiful five-star hotel. It was actually really nice that we had these proportions to play with. There was this sort of raised platform which we didn't really need to keep, but I'm glad we did, because we've kind of created this wet zone with the marble, and we've got the shower and the toilet and then the bath in the middle. And it just created this sense of sort of theatre, again, like elevating it, creating a stage almost for this beautiful marble tub. And for me, it's just, again, really all about that mix of old and new. So we've got this beautiful sort of wall that we've done here with the paneling again, and then the bath sits in front of that. The only thing that I didn't get in this bathroom was I wanted to really put a fireplace behind here, but unfortunately it just wasn't practically, we weren't able to do it. So, you know, we went with the paneling, and I think it still works in the context of having, you know, a bit of a focal point in this space. And, you know, this is one of my favorite little portrait paintings that I found at an auction locally. And it just sits there, and I think all these little styling elements work to make it feel quite glamorous. But again, always playing with that old and new. And so I knew that on my mood board was lots of black steel frame windows and doors. And so particularly in this space, we had them done. And again, it creates this sort of beautiful symmetry within the space, but also this sort of harder edged, which contrasts with everything going on, especially these beautiful antique mirrors that I found at a store in Sydney. And again, all these little details like the gilt mixes into the brass, and then the bronze, and then the beautiful marble. So all these different textural elements and material elements match to kind of feel quite special and quite luxe. But then again, similarly to when I'm styling the kitchen and thinking about those more practical spaces, I try to kind of, you know, change that trend and turn it on its head a little bit to kind of bring in lots of decorative elements. And so even when I'm thinking about all the styling elements that I'm bringing in, I'm thinking about details and how they look within the space. And so I've got this little beautiful little table here that was once in the lounge room, but I brought it up to be this little pedestal table that has some bath salts and a beautiful candle, thinking about monogram details on the towel, all these little elements that we can, you know, make ourselves feel special on the daily. I think for me, having those little special elements that make you feel, you know, enveloped and make you feel like your everyday moments and everyday rituals feel quite elevated. I think that for me is really important about creating a space and creating home, and definitely a really good way to do that within the confines of a bathroom. It's where I do a lot of my creative thinking and creative work. And so I think, you know, thinking about those spaces and how we can kind of really hone that creativity. I usually change this artwork out for a mirror or different artwork, and I'm always constantly changing the vase and the style of flowers that I'm doing. But even having, you know, curtains in the bathroom, I think is quite wild. But we did this beautiful wax cotton. And again, it's all about adding that drama and that sense of theatre, but things that make you think, things that make you feel good, things that make my mind feel more creative. And in the confines of this space, which again is quite generous as a primary bathroom, you can do it. But you can also bring those little tips and those little elements like I talked about with the monogramming and the choice of flowers and the beautiful little amenities that you can bring in even to a smaller space. And so for me, yes, this is definitely one of my favorites. I usually have the candle on, the bath going, I look outside to the beautiful lake beyond, and it's a place to relax, unwind at the end of the day, and it makes me very, very happy. So the last space that I want to show you on the inside of the house is my office, which is the first room that I renovated at the start of this renovation. So I'm going to take you back downstairs into the library/office. So this is the office space, which funnily enough was the very first space that I decided to renovate. I don't know why, because it's probably the room that I used the least. But I think when you have a clear idea in your mind of what you want a space to be, you kind of just tend to go with that. And I'm glad I did start with this space because it kind of informed a lot of the other spaces beyond and the other areas of the house. And so I had this inspiration and this idea that it would be a very sort of Ralph Lauren inspired study, office, library space. And I definitely wanted to kind of play on that idea of a beautiful sort of navy, indigo blue space. And so the hallmarks and those, I guess, three key elements were this beautiful grass cloth wallpaper. And this is one of my favorite things. It's a chevron sort of pattern, but again, because these rooms are quite generous and quite tall in terms of the ceiling heights, but sometimes can feel a bit cool. And so what I wanted to do was warm them up and give everything a bit more of a texture. And so I love this idea of this grass cloth wallpaper by Philip Jeffries. And it really kind of informed this color palette, but also gave the idea of this pattern for the eye to kind of like draw your eye upwards with this chevron. From there, what I wanted to do was have a really beautiful chandelier. Again, something that I guess was very classic Ralph Lauren, and it has leather and brass detail. And for me, those sort of two elements in terms of materiality and a texture are really important. And I love that it kind of has this, I guess, classic look, but a sense of modernity because of the materials. Then my third element that I just absolutely loved and fell in love with when I was sort of at a rug store, Cadbury's in Sydney, was this beautiful antique Chinese Peking rug. And again, I just saw the colors, I saw the pattern, and I just knew that it would just feel so glamorous in this office space. And again, the color of, and the tonality of this rug started to inform everything else going on within the space. And so I had my very dear friend Morgan from Symbol Studio, who does all of my window coverings, come up with these beautiful velvet blue fabric drapes, and I just think they are my favorite thing in this room. And again, the idea of these textural elements that just feels good, even if you're not physically touching them, you can see that it feels sort of warm and plush and lush. And again, taking them right up almost just under the cornice creates this sort of sense of drama and draws the eye upwards. And it just feels super glam, super luxe, but also really warm and really inviting. There's so many different elements that I love within this space, and I think, again, a house should always tell the story of where you've been and, you know, where you've been on your travels and things that have been handed down. And so I like to be surrounded when I'm being creative in this space and working. It's very tidy here. It's not usually this tidy. There's usually samples everywhere. There is books. There is things on the floor, on the wall, pinned up. But I definitely want to be surrounded by things that, you know, remind me of a time and place and remind me of things and tell stories. And so all these different elements, whether it's this little chapati wrap that I got in India, or this beautiful Chinese urn, or this, you know, one of my favorite candles, and, you know, pictures, and these beautiful hand-blown glass paperweights that I made in the Maldives, just different things that kind of give you little sort of snippets of a time and place. For me, work again anywhere in the house, but particularly in the office, because you're constantly surrounded by it, and it just reminds you when you are working and you're stressed and you're kind of trying to come up with an idea, it's nice to just look away for a minute, be surrounded by things that sort of fill your heart with, you know, a sense of personality and a sense of joy, and to kind of get you through to that sort of next project. And so for me, this space feels, I guess, like that kind of initial look that I kind of set out for it to be, but it also feels like it's very much me and feels connected to this space. Again, you can see out through the window, but it feels like a creative space, a space that I do a lot of work in, I create. Sometimes I even come and just sit on the armchairs opposite the desk and just sort of, you know, relax in here. And so all those different elements, there's a lot that goes on in this room, but I love that it feels harmonious. It feels like it's quite warm, quite enveloping, and so personal to this particular space and to my story. So that is everything for the inside, but I want to show you one. I'm not going to show you the whole garden because it is 120 acres on the land, but I want to show you one of my favorite spaces, which is the very last place that we sort of renovated. We added a pool and these sort of Italianate gardens, which was really the missing link to everything that we sort of did within the property. And now that it's done, it just feels like the whole space is complete. So I want to show you that to finish the tour. I think the feeling that I want people, as soon as they walk in the front door of my home, to feel is at ease and to feel super welcomed. That's the initial thing that I want them to feel in the hall, in the foyer. And I do that through various things with, you know, a beautiful home scent. There's always fresh flowers, and there's lots of beautiful warm textures that sort of evoke, I guess, this intangibility of feeling surrounded and connected. But I think even more so than that, I want the home to really tell a story of me and my journey and my story and where I've been, and so have, you know, beautiful personal knickknacks and styling objets from my travels and things that have been handed down. And so instantly when people walk through the door, I want them to get my story, my journey, but also feel like they are so welcomed, like they could be at their own home. So Bedford and Ren and I want to show you the last space that we renovated. We finished this 2 years ago, and it really kind of completed not only the garden, but the overall sort of grand scheme and grand renovation of the overall property, which is the pool area, which is definitely inspired by Italian gardens and that sort of big, beautiful scenery and vista out to the countryside below. Yes, the guys are trying to get on the action. But yes, this is our pool area where we spend a lot of time in summer. Not so much now because it is the dead of winter. The old orangery, which is an old hay shed, and we've turned it into a really beautiful, I guess, entertaining space, which we love to sort of share meals and dinners and lunches, and we've hosted events and things. And so it is this quite a big space for a pool area, but we had so many references of these beautiful pools in the middle of a good grassy knoll. And this is one of the spaces on the property that has a beautiful vista to the countryside beyond. There's a lot of trees around the house, but here you feel like you are definitely elevated. You feel like you kind of see the beautiful countryside, the rolling hills, and it feels like you could be anywhere. You know, it was definitely inspired by, you know, a beautiful Tuscan farmhouse or villa. And so we've got lots of different plants that sort of replicate that within the garden. So we found these beautiful sort of 15-year-old olive trees, and we planted an olive grove down below. We've got lots of carpet roses. We've got beautiful peach trees, which are now dormant because it's winter, but they're really stunning. We've got lots of rosemary, and then over in the orangery, we've got lots of beautiful terracotta pots filled with citrus and lemons and mandarins and oranges, and all of those sort of, I guess, not only beautiful visual plants, but all those sensorial elements that make it feel like we're somewhere else. And so we've got big, beautiful spaces here where we usually host lunches out on the grass, but also a great entertaining space and an outdoor kitchen, which for me, again, even though I love cooking, I don't get to do it that much, but when we have the family up, my sister's a great cook, my mum's a great cook, and so we kind of get to use this space, this beautiful outdoor kitchen, and then the outdoor bathroom beyond. So everything's sort of here, self-contained, which is super fun because, you know, we bring everything out here and we could almost spend the whole weekend just out here playing. The dogs have a great time, obviously, as you've heard. We've got the barbecue, we've got the fridge, the ice maker, the dishwasher, we've got the bathroom and showers beyond. And it just feels like a great space to come and, you know, relax for the day and it's almost like a home in your home. And again, it's just lovely being outside. I love the pool. Being able to entertain within this space it is really important to us. And so we've kind of added this big, I guess, orangery space where I said there's lots of, you know, the citrus, but also a place where we can kind of host anywhere from, you know, 5 to 60 people in here. And it's just a really lovely space that feels, again, connected to the exterior. The horses are down there in the vista, but also feels really connected to the pool, and a space that we just love to come and hang. And I think this is, you know, one of the things why it felt like it was the last missing piece of the puzzle. Now it just feels like every element within, from the house to the veggie garden to the front lake to, you know, the space at the end, our nursery, now to this pool area, which sort of has everything here. It just feels like now everything feels harmonious. It feels connected, and the space and the renovation after 8 years finally feels complete. The meaning of home for me is really about self-expression. And I think the 4 walls that we're bound by at home now more than ever, because there's so much going on in the world, really need to be that kind of expression of ourselves, and we need to feel like, you know, we're connected to that space and we feel so at home and so at ease and so surrounded and nourished by each space. But I think, again, it should be soulful, it should be personable, it should tell the story of where you've been, who you are now, where you're going. And just like we put on, you know, our fashion and our clothes and we choose outfits of the day, that's exactly the representation of our home. It should tell people about us instantaneously as soon as they walk through the door. And it should feel special, and it should feel soulful, and we should feel connected to ourselves, but also to the space that we've created.
Hey Homeworthy, I'm Tom Cox, welcome to my home in Devon.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
Hey, I'm Tom Cox. I'm one of the co-founders at Ham Interiors, and we're at my house in Devon. I've always wanted to live somewhere that's kind of tucked away and a bit wild. I was looking for a long time, and it was really difficult to find the right property that kind of ticked all the boxes. I've been going down to Devon as a child for a long time, and we always drove past this part of Devon as kids. We'd always go down to the coast because we're just up on the edge of Exmoor, which is a really beautiful national park, but it's not an obvious destination for a lot of people. For a number of years, I was coming down here with friends, shooting and enjoying the countryside, and eventually I was just desperate for some escapism. You know, we've got a really busy life up at work, and I needed somewhere to kind of decamp for the weekends and kind of recharge the creative batteries. So yeah, started looking. The house came on the market. I came up to the house to see it and fell in love with it. It's a really beautiful house. It's over 400 years old. It's listed, so you can't do too much to it. So you kind of got to, you know, there's limitations to what you can do. And it had lovely bones, like inside you'll see it's got these beautiful screens, and it had a lovely old kitchen and had lots of elements of the house that were just beautiful. And it was one of these projects where I could move into and just slowly, you know, when I had the energy, just nibble through it and sort of create my forever home. To get to the house, you come through this down a lane and into a private farm, and it really looks like there's nothing past the farm, because you get some beautiful old stone buildings, and there's a really kind of rough access track in one corner, and you weave yourself up through that access and you get onto this kind of farm track which goes, you know, up quite a steep incline up to the top of this valley. And it's amazing. On one side you've got this beautiful kind of gorse bank, it's full of ferns, it's really magical. You see, most times when I'm driving home, you see red deer running across the drive, and you kind of keep going up, and finally you get to the house. And it's a beautiful stone house tucked at the top of this valley. It used to be 2 workers' cottages at one point, and then it was combined. The main house is stone built, and it's got a lovely separate cottage in the garden which is stone built. And the whole house is like on a slope, so there's just loads of lovely sort of pocketed areas where, you know, there's great places to have a cup of tea in the morning with different views. There's so many different views to the house, and it's all on a slope. So by the time you get to the back of the house, you've got these amazing views down to the valley. Welcome to my office, and I guess it's a bit of a chill out room for me and my fiance. We spend a lot of time up here. I work from home a day a week, so really I created this space to create like a calm environment, fill it with all of the stuff that I've collected that I love and that I find inspirational. And yeah, it's really a bit of a creative chamber for me. You know, I try and work from home on a Friday. I work on projects that require a lot of creativity, so it's quite nice to have a break from the, you know, from the chaos of the office sometimes and come here. So yeah, so when I bought the house, the people lived here for a long time. This was a little bit of an art studio. You know, its form was there. It had wooden floors. And it was a different colour. So I sort of recarpeted it, repainted the space. I really wanted it to feel quite light and kind of quite natural. So the paint is Farrow & Ball setting plaster, which is a really, really lovely colour we work a lot with, and it just creates a really nice natural canvas. I mean, what you're seeing in this room is really a representation of me and my personality. You know, you got skateboards here, which, you know, when I was younger, I loved skating. They played a big part in my childhood. And obviously now I'm a dad and I'm a bit older, I don't get on the skateboards anymore. So I just kind of look at them as art form. I sometimes get the longboard out when we go down to the coast. You know, when I've got free time down here, I love fly fishing. We're really lucky where we are in Exmoor. We've got some amazing rivers where you can go out in the evening and fly fish or go out for the day. So I've got some of my rods, some of my nets, my fishing kit. I love collecting like fish related kind of objects and art. This is a trophy of a salmon caught on the River Dee in Scotland, which I bought a long time ago. Got some fish related little brass things here. And again, like all the books, like Sporting Lodges, I love taking inspiration from kind of old hunting lodges and the decoration of them. There's some cool stuff, other books here. A place that I go to when I'm up in Scotland occasionally. There's a hotel called the Five Arms near an estate that I stay at, and yeah, it's a bit of fun. It's full of crazy artwork, and it's a great place to visit, quite inspirational. There's kind of more old fish trophies, cool painting of a trout that I bought. These are just antlers that I've collected over the years. A couple of case salmon. Come around here, my fishing vest, my waders to keep them dry. Keep a couple of flies on my lampshade here. But really for me, like, there's loads of books and inspirational things for me to look at in here. I usually sit on this desk, work here. I love having like a clear space where I can look at reference books and kind of get inspired, and another place where I work. He's cool. This guy's an old gentleman that I bought off of a friend of mine who wanted to sell it. Up on this wall, I mean, I've put a lot of art on the vaults of the ceiling here, which is quite tricky because obviously, one, it's a hazard if it falls off, but it's all very safe. So, no one worry. These pictures here are from my travels up in Scotland to different estates that I've been to. There's a little picture of my little boy Wolfie wearing an engagement ring around his neck when I proposed to my other half up in Scotland. And they're just great memories of places that have truly inspired me and that are very close to my heart. Again, like the furniture is kind of a mix. This is an outdoor director's chair by Snow Peak. I love Snow Peak stuff, but it's just quite cool. I like having, I use a lot of kind of outdoorsy stuff inside. That's my fly fishing box, which is full of stuff I grab when I go fishing. I put a bed up here, not because I nap when I'm working. I don't have time, sadly. I wish I did. But sometimes when we have friends stay, their kids love staying up here because it's just kind of quite magical for them, and I think they love it. And our friends stay downstairs. My fiance's very close to giving birth to another boy soon, and I know that she likes to get away from the chaos of the main house and have a little afternoon nap up here. So it's good to see it's getting used and I'm not here. And this is I had a pair of these that I bought ages ago that I had repainted in Farron Ball, I think Charlotte's Locks. They're like old French beds. I love them. And yeah, I've kind of hung on to loads of stuff like that and just incorporated it into the rooms that I've created. I mean, looking at the art, I mean, it's so diverse. I mean, some of it's, this guy's an American artist, Eric Stefanski's really cool. This is painted locally. We've got some cool dogs on this side. I love collecting dog portraits. That's from a British artist called Pearl. These are old portraits of dogs. And a few other things that I've just picked up on my travels just because they've connected with me. This was painted by an artist and a friend of mine and given to me as a present. It's an interesting little place to hang out. It's a fantastic, fantastic space to work. The dogs come up here. Boo goes in that bed. Is she gone now? Boo, she's on that sofa there. Boo's having a little nap. She has got a bed, but she loves it up here, don't you, Boo? Eh? Boo's an old girl now, but she's doing good. She's in a retirement home up in the valley. But yeah, it's great just being home. Love it. There's a cool little, I love these. I picked these up from online from a dealer, which have got different trout painted on them. And they're really cute. I fill them with all sorts of stuff. I've got like a little sticker drawer. We're quite like, I've always been obsessed with stickers. I love them. Maybe it's just from my skating drawers. Don't look in that drawer, it's so messy. We'll close that. But yeah, these are some stickers that we send out to like Studio Ham clients, and yeah, I've always got some cool stickers. As you can see, my laptop's always covered in them. But yeah, it's a bit of fun. The style like layering and creating all these different fabrics and the stripes and some of these, I guess, more like tray blanket designs that I've got. I mean, for me, like I always keep the whole kind of palette quite muted. So, for example, nothing's, the canvas of the room for a start has got some nice colour. We've got this green carpet, but it's all very kind of grounded. And then you can be really playful. Like, this is one of our ticking sofas that we make at Ham, and we love black ticking because it's kind of reminiscent of like it's an old sort of antique covering. And again, like chucking some green corduroy, it's really simple. And then you can kind of really mix in stripes, some kind of bolder patterns in with it. And it, for me, it always works. Rugs are a great thing, quite muted, not bad. They add layers to it. But yeah, I think I think for me, it's you know, the skill set is getting that kind of grounding of colour and materiality, whether it's, you know, like a nice kind of reclaimed wood, you know, old antiques, and then just building on it. And I think for me, like the stripes always work, pops of colour always work. You know, having the pop of orange is cool. It adds something kind of, it adds interest into the room. So, you know, I guess it's just something that I've learned over time, and it works. I've got two of my dear friends own an amazing company called Jamb, and I've had, this is one of their lights. I've had it for a long time. I've moved it from house to house. I probably need to replace some of the glass because I think as it's been moved so many times. But yeah, architectural lighting, I mean, they do amazing stuff. And again, it just adds, you know, it adds that lovely layer and detail. And, you know, it's kind of right for these types of spaces. It's eclectic, it's cool. So yeah, and then the rest of the lighting, you know, I pick this stuff up at, you know, I'm out a lot in my spare time going to antique places and reclamation yards and constantly buying. So I see stuff that I love. I love these standard lamps with a little table on because I just think they're so cool. I don't think we see enough of them. But I always sit there with my cup of tea, put a candle on it. I love old tea caddies because again, they're kind of, you know, there's something that, you know, they were for storing tea, but they're so decorative. I mean, this is a slightly more modern one, but I've got lots of old tea caddies kicking around. I think that's what you call them anyway. Yeah, my career path has, you know, I've always been a creative, but my sort of early career, I kind of did some other stuff, worked in different types of businesses, not necessarily as creative. Maybe some of what I was doing was creative, but in a different sense, maybe like in a more business sense. We grew up around cool stuff, and, you know, mum and dad are really talented designers. You know, they were always buying antiques. You know, you kind of just get it ingrained in you a little bit. And there was an opportunity when I'd sort of finished a job that I'd been working on that to go and work with mum and dad. They've been doing it a long time. We decided to start a new company called Ham in 2010 together, which my sister joined shortly after. And yeah, like, we've always loved, you know, creative projects for lovely people, a lot of the time for families, and that was really what we set out to do with Ham. And as we've, you know, continued to grow the brand and the business, you know, we've done some really cool stuff. The business is quite big now. It's, you know, we've got an architecture side, we do interior architecture, we do interior decoration. We've got a small build team where we take certain projects on with, but a lot of the time on some of the bigger projects, we're working with other contractors and sometimes other architects. We've got a fantastic team, really talented, and we've also got a store that I run with my sister called Studio Ham, which sells all the stuff that we love to, you know, to people, to sort of retail clients, and also to the trade. We support other designers, and we've got a range of furniture. It's a lot of fun, and it's really, you know, both businesses are a massive creative outlet. We're working on projects all over the UK, some in Europe. We're now working in America, which is really exciting, and are continuing to do so. And the Studio Ham side's amazing because we get to do stuff that we really love and show people, and it's just amazing to see people buying into that and really loving it and seeing it in projects. Welcome to our guest room. This is where we let our guests stay when they come and visit the cottage. This is directly below my office. Originally, when I built this room, it was when I lived here on my own. I wanted to create kind of a little escape from the house where I could hang out and had a big enough bath in, because I'm 6'5", so one of my dreams was to have a bath where that I could actually enjoy and fit in easily. So I created this little guest suite. It's really cool. It's super cozy. I've gone for some like earthy reds in here. A painting that one of my friends did of an elk antler. I had some reclaimed wood that I found in the garage of the house, in one of the barns, and you know, I had a quite a cool little shape cut out for this really lovely wall light. This kind of shape is like reminiscent throughout a lot of the design in here. Like even on the headboard, we do this like step detail. It's just an interesting shape that I like. I've seen it on a lot of trade blankets and a lot of textiles that we love. So yeah, and again, this room's got a bit of a theme that's you know, a bit outdoorsy. Got a cool old tin trade sign of a salmon, some sort of trade blanket inspired fabric on the headboard. The valance is just corduroy, which we do a lot of, and the cushions are corduroy with just like a buff linen piping on them, which is called like a corded piping. These tables I've had for ages. They've actually been in our family for ages, and they needed to go to a good home, so I grabbed them, and they got cool little ram's heads, which is lovely because this house is in the middle of a very old and beautiful sheep farm. So that was a bit of fun. There's a lovely bathroom here, which I created these divisions. I've been doing these cross details on joinery for a long time and love it. It's kind of inspired by the American barn. Got a lovely guest bathroom with a really cool bath. One of our vanities that we sell through the business called the X Vanity. One of our mirrors, and these are jamb lights from my friends, which are really cool. Visual comfort star pendant. We use a lot of these, which I love. These are our ham handles that we make, which we put into a lot of projects. And yeah, I love bluestone. I spent a lot of time in Belgium, and I just love the kind of the canvas it gives you. It's really honest. It's very kind of pared back, and it's a great material. It's just got a certain look that I love. So the floors from is hand cut over in Belgium and brought over. The tiles are like a Zillige tile, and I chose this trim. I hadn't done it before. I just love the kind of little detail of it. It kind of reminded me of a bit kind of westerny, you know, a bit of just an interesting detail. But again, like a lot of people do the Zillige in just square on square. I did it in brick format to make it a bit more traditional. But yeah, I love how it's turned out. We do these little handles on showers, which are really cool. These little fists, something a bit different. Waterworks sanitary ware. This, I've got like a thing about towel radiators in bathrooms, so I always try and do something a bit different. The plumber nearly killed me on this one, but he had to make this off-site in his garage out of copper, which is cool with like really industrial fittings. I love like traditional toilets, so we've kind of got a really, it's a modern kind of system, but with more of a traditional base. And these are all made in England. And yeah, it was just me having some fun and doing what I love. And yeah, there's if you come in here, I built the bath in with a nice cross detail to match the doors. Lots of Arabescato marble, which I love. A really cool shelf made out of it as well. A painting that I had commissioned for here by one of our artists of an eagle. And again, love having flowers and plants at home, and it just gives it a, you know, softens everything. So like my style, my personal style, and the style for this house is very eclectic. I mean, it's full of stuff that really I love, and I guess given the location where we are, I mean, I've spent a long time travelling to beautiful areas, and I've always been drawn to kind of the outdoors, whether it's going up to Scotland and spending time on beautiful estates, you know, being in the mountains in America, all over the place, Norway, and kind of over time I've collected a lot of stuff and inspiration on my travels that have kind of brought me back to those places. So that's really influenced my own style for the house, and kind of, you know, how I've collected over the years has always kind of been how I wanted to live, but I never really had the right house to show that collection in. It's very eclectic. There's loads of artwork that I've collected over the years. I mean, I work, you know, from a business point of view, I'm really lucky. I work with some great artists. So, you know, you'll see some of their art in here. I'm also constantly buying and collecting. I mean, the room that we're in now, the ceilings are covered in art because I've just run out of wall space. Colour palette for the house, the materiality is really drawn from kind of quite a natural palette. It really brings the outside in. And the style for this house is, I guess I wanted to create a form of escapism, something that really kind of is all-consuming when you're in it. And that really is a layered build-up of, you know, natural materials, you know, a certain colour palette, antiques. I mean, you know, you're sitting here with you know, quite eclectic stuff. We've got like a corduroy sofa, some kind of trade-style cushions, pops of colour. You can't see it here, but I've got like a waxed khaki camo footstool. The majority of it is designed to kind of bring the outside in, and even with all the artefacts, whether they're sort of antlers that have been found locally or fishing trophies and other items, it really kind of adds a story. And yeah, when I come back here, it's amazing because I just adore everything I'm surrounded by, and it really inspires me. And yeah, I think it's really important when you're making homes for people, or even for yourself, that you surround yourself with stuff that makes you happy, that you connect with. It's interesting, it's layered, and not necessarily trendy. It's just stuff that I love, and it's quite classic. And yeah, that's my kind of go-to. Yeah, well, welcome to like one of the outdoor areas we use a lot. This sort of shed here is a kind of outdoor kitchen, wood store, and a little area we make pizzas up here. We've got a wood-fired little tub that we put on some evenings, and it's beautiful out here. It's a really dark sky where we are near Exmoor, so it's an amazing place to be. So we use this garden room to hang out in. We have little date nights up here. We bring Wolfie up here for pizza. It's a great space. It's one of those spaces that we reimagined. It was an old, quite dilapidated shed, so we put a cool terracotta floor in that we had custom made, weatherboarded it all inside, put this like open joinery in which I designed, which is in lime doke, like a really nice natural material. Had our brass worker make a sink for it, which was quite good fun. So this was all handmade for this project in England. Really cool waterworks tap with a really nice kind of aged copper handle, which is just like getting really nice and gnarly. It's kind of aging really nicely. But yeah, it's a gorgeous space, and it's just another cool little place to come and hang out. I sometimes come up here, put the radio on, cook a bit of food, and then Jarrah comes up and joins me. But yeah, it's a great corner. Got a cool another fish, our studio ham salmon bottle opener, which is good fun. This is like a cool old bar I bought a long time ago. And if we've got lots of friends, we'll kind of move this planter and put, lovely sharing plates out, and, we'll cook pizza, and we'll use this to make the pizza. The wood-fired tub's amazing. Since we've had the little one, we don't get to use it as much, but we will start using it more. But it's just lovely. It's one of those things, it's like, it's slow. You've got to put the wood in it, you've got to get it warm, and it's just like a really nice it's the type of stuff that I love doing at home, because my work life is so fast paced. When you're here, you've got time to do stuff like that, and it just makes the whole place magical. Axe for chopping a bit of wood if we need it for the hot tub. Some nice herbs in there, got some thyme and chives and stuff, which we use for cooking. When I moved into the house, everything was on a massive gradient. We didn't have anywhere to kind of chill, so built this massive sun lounger, and the whole property is south facing, so you get amazing sun all day. And we hang out up here. Wolfie comes up and plays on this, our little boy, and it's just a great family space. You can see all his tractors over there. This is his little pirate flag. It's Wolfie's little camp now, which is a bit of fun that I got him. So yeah, and got a little Yeti we fill up with cold drinks for the day, and also that's a really cool outdoor fire which gets going. So it's a wicked space to hang out like on a lovely evening. I built all this, so it's hard because everything's on a slope, but I just wanted to build a platform that was flat. It was an old veg bed. So yeah, it worked out really, really well. We filled it with like a natural hoggin, which is a really nice natural material. So it's like a gravel, but it compacts. I had designed all of these handrails with live bark edge, with a nice cross detail because I love it. And it turned out amazing. It's cool. It kind of feels like it's been here forever. Veg gardens kind of gone in this year. Jarrah, my other half's put this in, and we always do lettuces and stuff every year, and it's just great to be able to come up to the garden and grab some food when you need it. The lady I bought the house off had been here for a long time. The gardens are just like insane. I've obviously done stuff to them, but really I've kind of become a custodian for what she left, and I've really taken care to make sure that I look after everything. She was here for 20, 30 years, and she was obsessed with planting. So I'm really, really lucky to have kind of you know, one of the things that drew me to the property was like the mature gardens and the setting. So I was super lucky. And yeah, so it takes a lot of looking after, but it's just amazing. It's beautiful. And if you kind of come from where I'm stood now and look out, you'll get an idea at some of the views of the house. It's really, really special. This is a really lovely area where we just put towels down and sunbathe. It's got a completely different view, but it's got these amazing mature flower beds and old stone building, and it's just a really lovely, again, it's just an amazing sun trap. We sometimes put a dining table up here in the summer, so we've got 2 places to eat. But yeah, and it's all next to this whole rewilded area. Like the farm we live on is beautiful, and the guys that own the farm just do such a beautiful job with you know, they've left a lot of the land to just rewild, but they've also, you know, they've got this amazing sheep farm, and it's amazing the way they operate the whole thing. So it's great to be just sat up in the middle of it. It's really cool. Like another like stepped area to the garden that's just like full of amazing plants. Like all these wild daisies are out at the minute, and yeah, it's full of life here. There's bees everywhere. There's owls. There's deer. It's just magical. There's kingfishers, because from the top field, when it rains, there's a stream that runs through and fills up a pond and then goes down to the rest of the valley. And when it's raining, the whole valley is just rushing with water. You can hear it. It's so amazing. It's almost like the type of thing you pay to have on your podcast. You've just got it. You open your window, and there's kingfishers, and we've had baby ducklings in there, and yeah, it's really beautiful. It's a wild part of the world. This, well, I call it's Wolfie's world now, and like, it's so cool to have kids, because you start to see the world through them, and it's so exciting. And like, his first words were deer, you know, because he saw the deer, and I've been saying, look at the deer, Wolfie. We see him in the morning, and he says baba for the sheep, and moo-moos, and like, and neigh-neighs. It's all everything. He wakes up in the morning. I hear him when I wake up in the morning. His first words are, he calls the dogs Go-Go, well, Go-Go and Boo. And he just says, dear, dear, dear. And like, I just imagine he's in this amazing little world, and you know, it's so cool to see. So yeah, I think he's in heaven, and he's outside the whole time. Even if it's raining, he's got these cool little Patagonia overalls and waterproofs. We just put him in them, and yeah, he loves it. So it's magical for everyone, really. There's a lovely stream that fills this pond up, that then when there's rainwater goes over, down off of the edge, and it goes down to the stream. It's an amazing sound. So I spend quite a lot of time down here. I've got a little wood-fired sauna, a little tank that I fill up with cold water, which is great. I've been doing it for years. I've always loved cold water. I've been, you know, every time I've been up to Scotland in the winter, we've always done it. So it's quite cool. It's a reset. I mean, everyone's doing it now, but I just generally love it. You're right in nature here. It resets you from a stressful week. But yeah, it's lovely. And this is where I walk the dogs. And it's a great time to just think, to sort of decompress a bit after work. This is Boo and Margot. Boo's getting a bit old now, but Margot's quite young, and she's quite fast. But yeah, there's always deer around everywhere, which is really nice. And the wildlife and the birdsong here is amazing. This is like the front of the house. It's really beautiful. Like, it's old. You see all the stonework. It's got some amazing plants growing up it, and yeah, it's just amazing. The flowers on this at certain times of year are just incredible. So yeah, the wisteria is amazing. It's really cool. And yeah, we spend a lot of time. This is like near the kitchen. This is a little area. We have little like, if it's nice weather and we don't want to go up the top, we lay the table here, we hang out. It's gorgeous. You get the sun here in the evening. You're looking up the valley, and yeah, it's heaven. Bit of classical FM on, and yeah, it's gorgeous. Some of the stuff that we're going to get into working in America is this kind, you know, is this kind of like escapism design, I guess, which what I call it. And it's that working in amazing houses where you can create a narrative and create like an incredible experience from the minute you walk in. And as a company, one of our skill sets is to touch the whole project, you know, and we've got so many cool, our supply chain's quite unique in a sense that we've got like in-house artists, so we can create art for it. we buy so many beautiful artifacts that we can integrate into these projects. We can really kind of create these amazing worlds. And, you know, for me, we work on all sorts of projects, some in the countryside, some in towns, you know, some on lakes, some in, you know, I guess sort of mountainous environments. But I think for us, like from a creative point of view, you know, being able to lean into a narrative and get immersed in a project, I mean, you know, you can create some amazing spaces that, you know, become people's homes and they just absolutely love, and that's what makes us tick. Well, welcome to the kitchen, which is kind of part of it's the hub. We spend a lot of time, me and Jarrett and Wolfie are massive foodies, so we're always in here eating. One of the things that like really pulled me into the house was the kitchen. I mean, it's difficult to explain, but like the weather comes down the valley through here, and this, you almost feel like you're in this kind of ship's galley. It's like so cozy when the weather's outside, when the weather's kind of going, you know, it rains a lot down in Devon. And the minute I walked into this kitchen, I absolutely loved it. And I loved the old guy that lived here was a carpenter and an engineer, and he made these cabinets. Yeah, tried to keep everything as original as possible in this kitchen. Obviously, you know, he did the most amazing job with all this cabinetry. There were some timber tops that were quite badly damaged, so I put a bluestone top with a chiselled edge, which is something we do a lot, which I love. I put a centre light over the table. That's not very centred anymore because we had to get a bigger fridge and a smaller table since having the little one. But yeah, you know, the Aga has been here forever. I mean, it's like I had an agent come and have a look at the house who grew up here, and it was here when she was growing up. So it's like, it must be 20, 30 years old, and it's so reliable and brilliant. I put a new 40mm Carrera top around the sink and some new like reclaimed bib taps that I bought. I love bib taps. And I found these extra large ones, which I had to get, but they're just beautiful. I had them reconditioned. They're really cool. So yeah, new top. That's the old Carrera, which is wicked. It's like really battered, and it's got these tiled shelves, which I love. I put a brass step splashback behind the Aga to add a bit of detail. But it had all these amazing hooks for hanging stuff. And yeah, it's small, but it's super functional. And like being able to cook on the Aga, it's so nice. And we have it on all year round. A lot of people turn their Agas off in the summer, but we just keep it on low and use it. And if it's really nice weather, we want to cook breakfast and we go up to the top kitchen, we sometimes cook up there. But yeah, the ceilings in the house were just like literally, I'm 6'5" and I have to duck in a lot of places. But a lot of the houses that I looked at with this kind of character all had low ceilings, so it was a bit of a trade-off. But I'm fine. It's my friends that are just about tall enough that always hit their head. I'm so used to ducking. I'm good now. I put this shelving in for a bit of extra storage and a little cutlery drawer, and we keep all of our Yetis and all of our stuff for outside down here. These screens are incredible. These are in the property. These are listed, and they just add so much lovely detail. There's lots of things that I love. Like, I mean, we've got a normal kettle, but I love putting a proper kettle on. It's so nice to do, and making pots of tea. And like, that's the whole thing for me here, is just like slowing down a bit. We always put a tablecloth on when we eat. We always light candles. I love listening to the radio when I'm down here. It's great. We've got a good coffee machine because I love coffee, and there's not many flat whites found locally. So yeah, that's it. But so really it was, you know, I took the canvas and respected everything and kept as much of it as I could because I just love the vibe of it, and I've repainted it a slightly different shade to it was originally. Yeah, this gate was on the house originally. I mean, I don't know what it was used for, but it's super handy when you've got a little 2-year-old that wants to get through every single doorway, and also 2 dogs when you've been out for a walk. So we keep it. Well, actually, Wolfie can now open it because he's getting very clever. But it's great. It's kind of cool. It's one of those old things that was here, and you know, we left, and it's fantastic. This room's like the middle living room. It's a great room in the winter and at night. We've got another living room here. It's got a massive log burner that literally heats the entire house. It's got this massive old sort of nook of a fireplace. And yeah, I love it. We sit in here, you know, we hang out. Sometimes When we've got friends, we'll sit in here and have a drink. We've got a small little TV, like a little Samsung Art TV, which are great. And, you know, when it's a wintry evening and we're watching a series or just hanging out, fire on, it's just a really cool place to be. It's got these amazing original screens. Some of my favourite old artwork, I've had this piece of artwork for a long time. It's by a British artist and it's been with me everywhere. The scale of this house is quite tricky because I've got some quite big pieces and I've got a lot of stuff that I have to keep up at the office because it's just too big to put anywhere. But that's really cool. Sofa is an old antique sofa that I bought and had recovered. Corduroy, like I wear a lot of a brand called Maharishi, and I actually bought some of their blankets that they were just like throws to make the sofa cushions out of because I just love the pattern, and I've got some of their cushions. So this is all custom made out of Maharishi stuff, and it's got some ticking. This is a great stool. This is our West stool that is one of our products, and it's just lovely. It's a great little stool to stick in boot rooms and just stick your feet up on. Like here, the seating in here is quite tricky, especially now we've had Wolfie. Like we need to it's great to be able to like push stuff over a bit and he can have a little run around. I've got this, I was really lucky to buy stuff off a really cool kind of folk artist called Martin Scory. And this is one of the bits of his that I kept. It's just a really nice hand-painted pike. Again, you know, I love all the, you know, the fish-related stuff. This is really cool. It's like an old bee's keep that I've used as a side table. You don't see them that often, but it's a lovely thing and like quite fitting for here. Yeah, I bought that you know, I was looking for something I needed something quite long. I bought that and I had the top repainted and, you know, it's a cool little bamboo chest. The artwork, little hardware sign that was made by one of the artists that is really talented that works with us at Studio Ham. Did that for me, the same as the One Shot Gang. It's like an old school folk sign that. It's not gang related, don't worry. But yeah, and again, like watercolour of a trout. This is an artist called Mick Manning that I buy. He does some really cool stuff. So I've got lots of his bits. Cool little toy bull that I bought for Wolfie. Little decoy pigeon. This guy's called the Tiddler. It's a little guy holding a trout. And then like a carved bison and just stuff that I've just picked up. And I love these just like little things. These like little incense things, but they're just cool. Little cabin. They're just good fun. This one, the chimney smokes when you put something in it. And yeah, again, just like cool like striped fabrics. This is one of our Studio Ham lights in like I think it's drab green. And yeah, always a fireplace full of fire. Some antlers I've had for a while. A few bits from, like again, when I'm traveling, like my interior changes quite a lot sometimes. Like this room used to be dark green and we then painted it setting plaster because we were spending more time in here since we had Wolfie. So like, it's always changing. I bought this from a place up in the Catskills and a Frisbee, and I just think it's fun to chuck up. I love stuff like oars, you know, hand painted paddles are just, you know, it's such a nice thing because again, it's something you use in the outdoors, but it's also got that it's got a decorative element to it, which I just think is super cool. Using stuff like that inside. I mean, I've got an axe. I'm not crazy. It's just to split kindling for when I make a fire. That I bought for Wolfie, Mr. Fox. He loves that. The doors were original, so I've kept those, but I like scumble painted them. One of a guy that works with us who's really talented came up and just gave like a little bit of detail to them, which is really nice. And again, I love plants. I've had this terrarium for ages and it's done so well. And it's just so nice to like have that kind of framing the outside, and the same with the money tree or the money plant. This is like a sort of an Irish like kennel dresser. It's got such beautiful detail and the colour's so cool. I don't really drink anymore. I have like the odd whiskey like every now and then, and it's just a lovely place to like have, you know, I've got some great whiskies from places I've been in Scotland. Just cool little bits that I've collected. This is for water for the whiskies, a little pirate kind of motif on. My friend made me that, a little cabin with a cross on it. It's just stuff that I've just collected forever. This is a beautiful decanter that I bought at Shepton Manor Flea Market about 15 years ago. And again, just cool stuff like these guys. I just saw them. I just love them. They're just so cool and they're just fun. Again, those two in like a little tree. Yeah. So it's just bits that I'm just constantly collecting, and I love these. Like these are little hunting cups. They're like little. They're silver. They're beautiful. The detail on them is amazing. They're quite, they're collectible, these things, but they're just really nice. But just something, they've just got a vibe about them that I just love. They're old, they're handmade, people get together in the countryside and then have a drink out of them, and it's just, all that stuff for me just evokes, a vibe. Got a private property, no fishing sign, obviously. This guy's called Lord Barry. I've had him forever. He was painted by one of the artists that worked for us as a present. He's like a crazy, like thin-necked cowboy, but I love him. And he was named Lord Barry. Hunting weather vane, an old goose decoy that I've had forever. Cool dog portrait from a British artist, which I love. And a few other things like this. I bought this old pharmacy sign during lockdown, and I had this. I had a Neil made that said "Sick of Life" for a bit of fun, because everyone was obviously sort of stuck in. So that's a bit of fun. And then, sometimes if I've got a bit of work to do at home or some bills to do, I like to sit here. I've had this chair forever. It was like an old French chair that I had kind of reupholstered. I think it's French. And I had it limed and reupholstered, just like quite kind of basic. So you see the whole form of it. But it's just stuff like that, just really nice. It's like very organic. It's what I love. I love collecting killams because I just think, I'm always buying killams and throwing them down. And it just adds a great... they're practical because they help save the floor. And it just adds that bit of colour and, different kind of textile. Well, I'd say like log baskets, like nothing says home more for me than like a basket full of logs. And like they have to always be full, and I'm happy because I just, I love it. And again, I just think it's an organic material that's in your home. It obviously keeps you warm. But this is an old grape pod with champagne, basket. And they're just beautiful. Like, even the baskets, I love stuff like that because they were handmade. You don't really get stuff like that anymore. And they were utilitarian use, and stuff like that. I just think adds loads of detail. They always got these little hand painted bits on, but they're great log bins. So yeah, any excuse. I've got this old rusty log bin that my friend of mine, Mimi, gave me, which is from Somerset, like a glazed pot. This kind of mesh basket. It's just cool. I just love all these bits. I think like one of the coolest things about this house is like all the old features, and you'll see it when you walk around. It's so authentic, and it adds such a rich kind of, it's such an amazing addition to all the other stuff that's in there. That's one of my favourite things. One of my, like, it's really cool because when you're outside and you come in, they're two different worlds. But whenever you're in one or the other, you're always thinking about coming back into the house. Like if we've had a lovely day out in the garden, or we've been out playing with Wolfie out in the garden, and we come in and it's a chilly evening and put the fire on. It's such an enchanting kind of welcoming place, the whole thing. And the outside is interesting because the house isn't huge, but there's so many little pockets to kind of go and spend time in, and so much space around it. You've got the outside is really, I guess, important to this house. And in a lot of houses I've had before, the outside spaces haven't really contributed to the level that to the level that these outside spaces do. So I don't know if that makes sense. So we're in kind of like the snug, the lounge. It's an epic room, this. It's got a beautiful fireplace. When I bought it, it had these beautiful Delft tiles that are listed around the fireplace. I painted the whole room over in blue by Farrow & Ball. Kind of picked up the hues from the tiles as a kind of starting point. It just works so well. It's such a like earthy, nice kind of blue. It's a really nice kind of colour from the an inside colour that kind of brings in stuff from the outside. When I did this scheme, I had some stuff in mind. I really wanted to link the blue back to the tiles. I really wanted to. This is a mulberry stripe on the sofa. I really want to use that. I had this amazing chair that I'll show you in a minute, which is like a massive. It's a Howl, like oversized chair that is wicked because you can sit on it with the dogs. Me and Jarrah hang out on it with Wolfie. It's just like it's an oversized chair. We love books, and everywhere we travel, we pick books up. So if I'm up in Scotland, every place we go, I'll buy books. Or if I'm if we're traveling anywhere. So we needed a little bookcase. So we put this. There's this cool little sort of area here. So I put this bookcase in, which is great, and it's been you know, it's fantastic because you can kind of go and grab a book, sit down, recipes, plan trips. I've got loads of stuff about road trips and places to stay and cool stuff. And it's just like a really cool place to grab a book and just slow down and hang out, light the fire, get some candles on. And it's also super cozy for watching films. There's a great view from the big chair up the valley. Yeah. And there's just like a little nook here. Got a dog that's trying to get in here. We'll let her in because she's get lost. There you go. That's Boo. And again, it's cool. We're always moving the books around and grabbing stuff. So yeah, it works really well. And it sort of creates quite a cool little spot to hang out. We sometimes bring a chair up into that corner so we can chill. But yeah, like the main room's beautiful. I've had this fishing trophy for a long time. It's a really lovely one. It's quite unique. It's quite big and it just fitted perfectly. And that was like one of the anchors when I was doing the scheme, which I love. And then lovely old light. This is another piece of art, which is geese flying over an area in Scotland, and an old OS map, which is from an artist that I buy stuff off called Mick. These are Ralph Lauren cushions, mulberry stripe. This is a really cool reclaimed stool that I found. It's kind of falling apart a bit, but I love it. It's one of those things that just kind of was perfect for it. I was looking for something at the time. Got one of our studio home rugs in here, which I love. But yeah, it's a great room to hang out in. The dogs are always on a sofa somewhere here. Watch out, Boo. This chair's cool because I'm huge, and it's nice to have like a big chair. It was from a company called How, and I bought it not through them. I found it through someone. So I had it recovered. It's falling apart a bit, but yeah, I love it, and it's just such a nice place here. Feet up, hanging out. You've got a lovely view of the outside. These windows open. I'm always close to plants wherever I am, which I love. And yeah, there's an art TV on the wall, which is a nice way to have something with a picture on. A great oil painting of a Jack Russell, which I love. It's a bit wonky, I think. I need to straighten that up. But yeah, it's just there's a lot of elements coming together in this room, which, you know, it worked really well. And there's some quite kind of old art. There's some old things. There's some modern stuff. It's a great mix. I bought these tables, which are like these kind of, not like faux bois, but they're just like really primitive, just kind of stick tables, which kind of side tables, which I love. But again, they just fit so well in the space. It's difficult to like these spaces that are like so it's like good on the eye, and they're also low ceiling, so you don't want to put too much. I mean, I've used a mixture of, this is a Belgian company that we use, like wall lights to down light, and there's some kind of these little Jim Lawrence adjustable spots, which are quite cool because you can just direction the light at certain areas. I love using on the joinery, we've got Vaughan Rise and Fall Oban lights, and they're lovely because you can move them up and down. You've got some fabric materiality. There's a nice lamp that we turn on. So yeah, I mean, most of the time, I mean, there's a centre light in the other room, but we don't really turn it on because we love like low level. We love just like low key lighting, picking up little pops of colour or pictures. But again, it's crazy, especially in the winter. The mood here is just, it's mad. You know, you've got the fires going, you've got candles going. It's a real kind of like bunker down situation. It's so lovely, and the lighting really plays into that. And I've got everything on a system that's dimmable, so we really play with the light in here. So yeah, I think it's great to have a house where every room's got a certain thing happening in it, and we use every inch of this house for different stuff. And it's so nice to be able to do that. I mean, look, the house isn't massive, so we don't have like 10 spare rooms, but it's really cool. And everything's been created with something in mind, like doing stuff, whether it's, you know, big chairs to hang out with each other or the dogs. It's libraries for the books. It's artwork. It's just, everything's been kind of thought of as to how we live, and it is really interesting, you know. And you live like in a bit of a, you know, it's not a big open plan house. You live in a really nice old school way here, where we sit down and have dinner every night together. You know, then we go in and once Wolfie goes to bed, me and Gerald cuddle and hang out on the sofa, and it's just really nice. It really is the house works really well, and it's a serious vibe, the place, like, to be in. It's super nice. I use little stuff like this. Is like this kind of, you know, I've got, this is, I think it's Meville and Moon, which is like a really cool like safari outfitter. They do like portable furniture. You can take like out, you know, out with you, out in the field, basically. I love stuff like this because it's just really cool. Like, it's got lovely detailing, lovely straps. It all folds up. I quite like having stuff like this inside. We put the TV controllers in here, and just stuff like that that's a bit unexpected, which is again a kind of a, you know, a utilitarian piece of furniture that is nice to bring inside. So yeah, but again, more logs, cool old log baskets, nice old chairs. This is a great little dresser, chest of drawers that I found. It's like just the right scale. It's exactly, I put like a mood board together for this as I was buying it. It was a really hard house to buy. It's quite a complicated purchase. And I kind of created this mood board for the whole house to like really engage me in this whole thing. And I had I had an Irish dresser on it. I had a chest of drawers just like that. I had lots of dog artwork, and I kind of created this like mood board of the house. So when it was, you know, I'd got so, what the right word is, but it made me more committed to the whole thing. I kind of had this whole vision and I kind of saw it through. And even when it was really difficult, the purchasing, and it nearly didn't happen. And yeah, it was cool. But literally, I sat down over the course of a few weeks and just built this like mood board for the whole house, and it's crazy how similar it is to how it looks. At work I do a lot of new projects, or a lot of big refurbs, and a lot of houses where we're putting all of this stuff back into it. And it's really cool to work with houses that have got all these beautiful things already there, because it's amazing. You know, we're trying to recreate this the whole time when you're doing new projects or building new homes or doing big restorations. So like having these old buildings that have kind of got this type of architecture, it's amazing. It's really cool. I love it. One of the things that surprised me when I came to view the house was it had this like stone built spiral staircase. It's like the back part of the house, which I'd looked at quite a few houses and they didn't, you know, a lot of them didn't have this, and a lot of these cottages, they have like quite small staircases. Although it's like a small opening, it's really beautiful. And the guy that lived here before hand bent and made all of this lovely handrail in one of the barns, so it's quite cool. But yeah, if you come up, it's a really cool little vibe up here. Got these big deep sills because it's the structure of the building. You've got these huge thick stone walls. And again, for me, it's like another opportunity to fill it with just cool stuff. This guy's a Belgian scholar, a plaster cast of a Belgian scholar bust that I bought. But I kind of put a little bandana on him, like trying to make him like maybe a bit more, maybe like Highwayman-esque or something. It's quite cool. And just little things that I've bought, like little jockey bin that I made a planter. We get power cuts up here quite a lot, so there's always candles everywhere. This is an old, I don't know what it is, it's some kind of decorative kind of plaque that my sister bought me, which I love. But again, there's lots of cool paintings. This is an Australian artist that I've got loads of his artwork. And again, like a big mix of quite fun stuff. He's quite a funny chap. A few portraits. Nice little painting of a stag. Yeah, and again, just like old things that I've collected. Quite like hanging textiles on walls where I can. Like that's just a cool like killing runner that I bought, which filled a space. It's like a little gallery you walk up through. Yeah, this is like the upstairs kind of hallway. Again, I've got like loads of art that I've had for ages. I think this is a painting from Somerset that I've had for like 12 years. I bought it in a junk shop in Somerton. This is a kind of a folky guy that I've got 2 bits of art. It's really cool. This is an old waxed decoy that they used to put out in fields. And I framed that. Kind of cool folky flags. Yeah, bathrooms. The bathroom's a cool space. This is I love this space. It's a really like calm. It's over on blue like the living room. Blue stone floors. This is our arrow stitch wallpaper from Studio Ham. It's got really beautiful views out into the garden actually, but we kind of keep that across. Little blue ticking curtains. This is a country house rad that I bought that was leaking, that's been fixed at great expense. I've got 2 of them and I put that in there, which is lovely. Yeah, the bathroom's really cool. It works really well. I designed this kind of detail on the bath panel and on the vanity, and it's a product that we now sell, and it's just kind of, again, it's that picking up on that kind of trade blanket, you know, that kind of detail, but it's lovely. It's kind of quite subtle. The showers works really well. It's great kind of behind this curtain. This is a mulberry stripe, one of my favorite fabrics, and again, it's playing with the blues quite a lot, but there's lots of different colors, and I think it really works. Behind here is a glass shower screen, so if you're bathing, you can push all that back. We bath our little man in here, which is great. And yeah, it's really nice. Waterworks fittings, Carrara marble. But it's lovely because kind of, you know, I've always like struggled with looking into kind of like half bath, half showers. So it's a great idea that just keeps it tucked away, but adds like a really lovely textile to it. Yeah, lovely little things like a nice little upholstered stool that we bought from a little vintage shop and had upholstered. It's really nice to sit on, add some fabric, little runner in here, and then the same kind of ticking on the back of the door. Nice to have a glass door because it kind of gives you a bit of a suggestion there's something past it. Antique mirror I've had for ages, which fitted perfectly in here, and then some nice wall lights. Yeah, this was really nice. This is an antique that I found that I love, like having a freestanding cabinet or like a wall cabinet in a bathroom is like super nice. I love it. Me and Jara love soaps, and we always buy soap wherever we go. And like when you open this, it smells amazing. And again, it's like one of those things that you kind of come home and it's just something that I love. And we keep like nice stuff in there, and my aftershaves and some of Jara's bits. But it's just that mix of like, you know, it's getting that balance right. There's lots of projects you have to do that are like quite new because they're, you know, you're creating new spaces, and it's like these little details that just give it, you know, that play with it a little bit, like the reclaimed towel rad and little elements that just soften it and just give it that kind of vibe. Yeah, well, this is Wolfie's room, our little boy. I mean, kids' rooms are interesting, aren't they? We wanted, like me and Jara put this together, and we wanted to kind of fill it with stuff that, you know, is kind of timeless. So we're not, you know, it could grow with him, but just some cool things that he could pick up on. And it's like really interesting. Like Wolfie's our first, and it's amazing how much he loves all the art that we've put on the walls. I mean, you know, we've got every morning, it's like moo, you know, it's the moo moo. He thinks this is me. I got these cool bits of art from one of my friends, Bella, and I bought them through her. And he points, that's Dada, which, I mean, he thinks I'm a strong man. I like it. It's kind of fun. But he loves bears, and he goes bear, you know. He loves milk, so we put him a little milk print. It's all like surround him with stuff that kind of, you know, that he loves as well, because he loves all this stuff. This is an oil painting of Margot, which is Jara's dog. And when Jara was moving down with me, as a present to her before she moved down, I sent her this painting. It's Margot she hadn't moved in at this point, so it was like how I imagine Margot in the valley. It's super sweet. And again, like some of the furniture, like this, I've had this for ages. It's like a primitive kind of bench with a cool like scumble on. One of my really good friends, Helena, who's Wolfie's godmother, made this for him, which is just amazing. It's camo, skull and crossbones. I mean, what's not to like? Yeah, and like we've got some old army boxes as toy chests. This is a sign that we had hand painted for here. One of our big rugs, because it's nice for the kids to play on. This is our arrow rug, and it works really well. He's got a really cool little teepee in the corner, which is really nice. And yeah, there's another little painting of a bear, which was given to us by Sammy, who's an artist, which is really cool. And yeah, it's just a little magical place. We put the ottoman in here because he likes to put all of his tractors and puts all of his stuff on there and plays. And then, you know, kids' beds are difficult. This is just something bought off the peg, and we painted in Farrow Ball, and we put these little bits of fabric through. That's his bed. He sleeps really well now, which is great. Cool American flag. We had an old vintage American flag, so we put that there. We love it. Wolf is going to go over to the States soon for a little visit, so that'll be cool. A few little bits of artwork. That's actually like a little wolf by Sophie Wake. That's Boo, that was painted for me by Eric Stefanski. And that's two bears hugging, like a little Sophie Wake thing. But yeah, we painted it like a cool dark green colour. It's a little sofa for him. We read books to him on. Had these little shelves made out of some cheese board that I had. And one of our guys made a cool little bracket for it. These ducks I've had for ages, which are really cute, like just cast a nice silhouette. This was a great chest of drawers that we bought from a reclamation place not far from here, which has got a great sort of patina, kind of goes with the whole vibe. Yeah, but it's just a really cool room. I had me and Jared had a lot of fun kind of putting it together and getting all the art all done, and yeah, it's beautiful. He loves it, and he backs on this little area to the left of the house here, is where all the owls are. So at night you hear them hooting through the window. Actually, when Jared was down here pregnant with Wolfie, this was our room. It wasn't Wolfie's room, and she left the window open one night, and I was working overseas in Asia, and I got a call, and an owl had flown into the room and was sat on her headboard. It was a baby owl that had kind of got the directions wrong, and she ran out and called me, and I was like, well, I've got no idea what it could be, and she put the phone in and turned the light on, and there was a lovely little owl just sat on the end of her bed, and she just waited for it to fly out. But I mean, it's quite cool. This room was really cool. This is like one of the coziest rooms in the house, and me and Jared have always had a joke. She always wanted it for her room. It is obviously now Jared's room, because I say yes to Jared. But the cool thing about this room is it's got this like lovely ceiling detail, these little exposed beams. It had this amazing kind of built-in chest of drawers and wardrobe that's like been cobbled together from like various things, and it's super cool. It's one of the things that I look around the house and just thought, like, how authentic and how nice to, like, you know, joining's always hard in these houses, and like, you know, they've done it out of antiques basically, some old doors, a large chest of drawers, and maybe they've kind of run out of steam a bit here and done something a bit more basic, but it's just really lovely, and again, like, it really anchors the room. Jara has kind of, done this room herself. She's repainted it recently. She's stolen a few signs from other bedrooms. She loves this Bandit Country sign that was in our it was in our guest bedroom. She loves this Melandra Gun Club, which is one of my favourite bits of art, which is by an Australian artist called Tedderuck. I've got some of his stuff. It's really nice, but it's cowboys, duck. I mean, it's just fun. This is one of our Studio Ham Harrison tables. These lights are cool. They're quite fun. They're from America, from a supplier. But yeah, big killing. I don't know where she found this flag from. It fits perfect. She wanted to find something really cool. I got this as a present because Jara basically runs the show down here. So I got her an estate office sign for the bedroom, which she found very amusing with her initials on. I had one of our guys paint it. It's quite good fun. This is another Mick Manning, which is that's done on an envelope, which is a cool artist. And I bought that recently, which is quite good fun. Little portrait that she loved. Beware grizzly bears and harlots, life is wild, from an artist. From a gallery I buy some stuff off called Sailor's Jail, which is cool. Yeah, and Jara is mad on cooking and reading, so she's got all of her stuff here. Everything's just right. She's got everything that she needs. This is my room. Massive fish theme here, as you can see, which is no surprise, I'm sure, if you've been watching the rest of this video. Jara makes a joke that I'm swimming with the fishes, which I think is like a gang term for that you're going to get knocked off and chucked overboard. But yeah, again, it's that kind of earthy blues. I love fish, so I've decided to fill it with fish-style vibes. Cool map of Scotland. I love Scotland. These are like old like military kind of chests for side tables, which are great because they're great for storage, but they're just a cool kind of, again, like a utilitarian piece of furniture that works and is good fun. Always have my radio. I love listening to classical FM and BBC Three. I find it really relaxing and fall to sleep most nights with it on. I love wearing caps, so I've got caps everywhere around this house. I've got a massive collection. I've got some more up there on hooks. again, like quite tricky to find stuff for this room. This was really cool. This kind of, I love the paint, like the finish on it. Found this wardrobe. It's not too deep. It was exactly the right size after ages searching. So that's great. And I have a few bits in there. Had this vanity custom made, which is one of our Malmo vanities with like a folky paint on that we do. With Waterworks tap and a Carrera marble top, which is really nice. It's so nice in these old houses where you've got like a sink in the room. Such like a nice thing to have, even if you've got bathrooms. It's lovely to be able to like brush your teeth, or all the water here. We've got like a private water source, and it's all like really well looked after and really well filtered, so you can drink. The water here is amazing. It's from its own spring. But yeah, just to fill up a cup of water, and I love that like old school thing of they didn't have many bathrooms when this cottage was built, so they always had sinks in the room. And as opposed to getting rid of it, I decided to keep it because it's another nice object. It's got nice materiality. The brass, got a little Vaughan rise and fall light there. It's one of my favourite lights, and we use it a lot at our practice. A Mick Manning eagle on a map of Scotland, which is over Perthshire, which I've spent a lot of time in, which is really cool. And lots of things I collected. This mirror, one of my best friends growing up, still is my best friend, is called Bill, and his mum, we used to stay there a lot when we were kids because we were at boarding school, and we went, and Mimi looked after us. And as time went on, we went to school in Somerset, and Mimi kept a cottage in Somerset. And for a long time, I mean, she kept that cottage, and I would visit her every weekend and go down there and hang out with her, even if Bill wasn't there. And she was an amazing, amazing woman. I got a lot of fond memories from there. And she moved back to Venice full time and gave up the cottage. We had lots of nice stuff, and it was so cool to be able to buy some of her stuff off her. Like this is one of the mirrors that was in one of the rooms that I used to sleep in. So I've kind of grown up with that, and I was able to buy it off of her and have it in my room now, and it's like lovely stuff like that. These old tea and cheese boxes, and again they're from Mimi, so yeah, it's just really nice. So there's lots of bits in here. It's something I've had for ages, which I love. It was in the bathroom, but we put the heated towel in. But it's nice to be able to have something in the bedroom to put your towel over. This is actually one of our products from Studio Ham. It's a bamboo chest, which is really cool. So it works perfectly here. I bought these years ago, and like these two old fishermen's portraits, and I've kept them. I've had these fish little etchings for a long time. I had them in my house in London, and I've kept them for here. So it's kind of, it's grown. Little decoy ducks, yeah, another little fern. Always got a book by my bedside. It's nice to read before bed sometimes. I'm not a big reader, but I quite like flicking through stuff. Old Swiss Army blankets, which are really cool. Such a nice thing. They're just like utilitarian. Really nice, not expensive. It's a lovely space to be in, and again, it's super cozy. The view up the valley is amazing, and like it's lovely to wake up to. I leave all the curtains open when I'm down here. I wake up with natural light. I love it. And sometimes you see all the deer coming down through the valley up here. But yeah, it's magical. Nice big just lovely curtains on a big pole. Just is super nice, just to add a bit of weight to the whole thing. And layering, yeah. Sisal carpet. Again, kind of striped headboard and like a cord, kind of rough like linen green valance. One of a possession that I've held on to for ages. I can't remember where I bought it. It's just beautiful. It's like on a half little log. It's hand carved and hand painted. Just a lovely thing. Yeah, that's one of my favourite things I've got actually. There's like little things that I've got that I absolutely love, and that's one of them. I mean, I think there's two things. I think families make a house a home. Being with people that you love is like one of the key things for me. It's, you know, that is it. I mean, you know, my house, I've got, you know, I live with my fiance, my little boy Wolfie. We're expecting another little boy. We've got our 2 dogs here. I think that's one part of it. Creating somewhere that gives you like respite from your day to day, somewhere that you look forward to coming back to, and somewhere where you can relax. And it's that kind of like safe haven that doesn't really matter how bad your day's been or, you know, what you've been doing. It's that kind of always looking forward to coming home and getting that feeling. That for me is what makes a home. And, you know, creating beautiful interiors and like calming environments and, you know, creating spaces that are filled with beautiful things and layered and textured and warm, and, you know, that's part of it. And for me, like at home, you know, it's not, you know, I'm really into like the whole experience. When, you know, when I come home and I eat, I love having a tablecloth. I love having nice cutlery. You know, I love plates. I love hand soaps. I love scents. The house is full of candles, and it's like all these little touch points that kind of add up to creating this kind of experience that, you know, that for me really makes it. And it's just a lot of different things coming together. For me, I've created this whole world for myself, and it's not because I've tried to create it, it's because I genuinely love what I do. I love design, I always have done. I love everything that comes with it. Whether I'm doing it for myself or for clients, I just really deeply enjoy it. And, you know, hopefully you can see with my home that it's like an honest creation of who I am. But I'm super lucky to be able to do this, because doing something that you love and, you know, having the skill set to actually go and deliver it is amazing. And, you know, one of the benefits of that is you get to create these beautiful spaces for you and your clients that are authentic and, you know, are a reflection of, you know, your clients or your own.
Hi, Homeworthy. Thank you so much for coming all this way to visit me here at my home in the Cotswolds. I'm Sarah Kirk, and this is our cottage. Come on in and I'll show you around.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
Hi, I'm Sarah Kirk. I am a mother and a homemaker, and welcome to my home in the Cotswolds. My husband and I met in London, got married in the US, and had a decision to make: either move to the countryside to start our family or move to America for a few years. And we always agreed that when our children started school, primary school, reception, that we would relocate back to England. And we did. We followed through. When our oldest was ready to start school, we returned back and settled here in the Cotswolds. The original house is a period Cotswold stone cottage, but it's been built on twice, so it has two later additions in its history, and we're not really sure when those were. It has a very interesting kind of bizarre floor plan because of the way it was designed over time. So there's lots of little dips where you have to duck your head and lots of little corners to go around, and some of the rooms are all joined up. So it's a very untraditional floor plan. Right, so this is the sitting room. This is the main living space in our home. This is where we mostly are. And yeah, it's a lovely room. This is from the old part of the home. It's got the fireplace with a wood burning stove, which is always on in the warmer winter months. And yeah, there's just lots of little places to sit down, read a book, play Lego, drag your toys out, and play. This fireplace fender seat we got from Eddie's parents, and I had it upholstered, and this is a lovely place to just sit by the fire and perch in the winter time. The curtains I had made in this little ditzy floral print, which is really cottagey. The sofa I found for free on Facebook Marketplace, and it was old beat up Chesterfield, and I hauled it back home and had it reupholstered in this beautiful Warner House paisley which is just so comfortable now to sit. The painting we bought in Savannah, Georgia at an antique shop there. It was just kind of in a corner up against a wall, and I just love the pinks and kind of greens in it, blues. A very sentimental piece that we've had for a long time. This table is a recent auction find that I just brought in really a couple months ago, and it's got this beautiful scallop design, but it's a great place. I like having lots of little tables. Just you can move them about, you can put things, you know, set your drinks down on them. There's a lot in this room I'll show you. This table is actually just an old garden table. It's really rusty. It has a hole in the middle where you could put an umbrella, but I just usually cover it up with something, but I love it. I have this in here. The shelves were here. I painted a contrasting trim, but this was here just like it is, and I styled it with some old dried hydrangeas and an old, I believe it's a tobacco jar from, I think I got it in Williamsburg, Virginia. We lived in Virginia for a while, so I love having that out. And then the bust, I can't remember who it is. I think it's Diana. And yeah, just some little bits and pieces, candles, things. The chair is another auction find. It was actually just upholstered like this, and I just love the check so much. I'm just going to leave it as it is, even though it's a little frayed. I love that. The rug is this beautiful jute rug by Bertie Fortescue, and it's just a lovely design, really light, but hard wearing, nice to have in a family home, great for a cottage. I put lots of plates on the wall. There's quite a few in here. These are just some old blue and whites. They're a little bit stained. They have that beautiful patina, which I love. I also have some plates over on this wall. These are like a more brown pattern, and I just love how they go together. This is a beautiful silk lampshade by Chloe Johansson, and it's made from, I believe, like sari silk, and it's put in that gathered shade. Really beautiful. This is an old chest of drawers that I bought at auction, and I love the old brass hardware on it and the beautiful inlay. I mean, it's definitely seen better days, but I like things that are a bit worn. So the sofa is another thrifted piece that I got from an estate sale, and I just love the pink and white stripes. And I've just thrown on some cushions, an old American quilt. The cushions are made with an old Swiss Kelch fabric in this beautiful check and this beautiful stripe. And yeah, it's just, I'm changing cushions all the time, but I love these. This is an old kind of oval shaped coffee table. I have it styled with this rattan tray with a beautiful scalloped edge from a shop. She does these beautiful trays called Petite Pannier. And yeah, it just has some books, candles, knickknacks, things like that. Yeah. The light fixtures are like an old schoolhouse style. I got these from Spark and Bell. And they just have that lovely milky glass and that schoolhouse shape, which is so distinctive. So this is beautiful old weathered corner cupboard, which I bought at auction without having measured it. And it is basically a perfect fit, which makes me think it was really meant to be. And I hope, you know, if we ever leave here, it will fit in the next house because it is perfect for this spot. This is a pair of chairs that I reupholstered in this beautiful Warner House fabric and put these are some French plates from a local lady who has a shop called Say Two, and she imports all these old French antiquities, so she's got a barn full of French finds. I tend to try and do more British, but my husband is half French, so we do have little fringe bits around. The table, which I'm using as a table, is actually an old baker's tray, and it would have been mahogany, I believe, but it's just been left outside for probably years, and I'm just using that as a little side table. And then the brass horse, it could have been a trophy, but I got this in Virginia. Very horsey there, and also fits in quite well here. This is a beautiful riverside landscape with a beautiful towpath alongside it, which reminds me of scenes close to where I grew up. This old pine cupboard, I think it was a baker's cupboard, where, but it could have been a larder or a kitchen cupboard. I love this beautiful old weathered pine, and I just fill it up with quilts and photo albums and games and puzzles and things you'd have here in the sitting room. Okay, so right next door is the dining room if you'd like to come have a look. Okay, so this is the dining room. And I guess the first thing to say is that it's papered in this beautiful trellis pattern, which is blue and green, a combination which I really love. And this is an old painting of one of my husband's French ancestors, and she looks very pious and reflective there, and I kind of think of her saying her prayers, and I just think this is a lovely piece for a dining room where you give thanks and say grace before a meal. And this is where, we have our dining table, which is basically just an old trestle table, which is on old cast iron trestles. And it's got these really neat bentwood bistro chairs, which we got from my husband's parents, which was really nice. And this beautiful tablecloth is by Sarah Kay Designs, not me, Sarah Kay, but another very talented lady who does all kinds of nice homewares. I've done the curtains in a beautiful block print design by a British lady called Julia Brendel, and just love that pattern. This painting is another find that we picked up in Savannah, and I actually just bought it off a guy who was selling it. It's one of his grandmother's paintings. So I just thought it was such a beautiful still life. I just love it. This is just a low boy table that we've had over the years. It just seemed like a nice spot for it. And it's very battered and old, but very much beloved. Now I don't think I even knew that I was buying these. I think I was buying something at auction and it came in a lot of other things. And I think it was like a platter or something I was getting. And these happened to, I had bought these without knowing. And I felt like they needed a home somewhere. So I just put them here in the dining room, and they oversee all the festivities. The build-ins were here, and it was naturally just a lovely home for all of our crystal and for all the mismatched plates. I love using old blue and white or old green and white transferware or lusterware plates, and just have a mismatch. So it's just all stacked up there, leaning over to the side. So yeah, and then I love taxidermy, but my husband hates it, so it has to be really hidden away in here because we don't want to frighten anyone with it. This old oak painting is actually painted by a relative of my husband's, and it's just such a beautiful natural forest scene, which is really lovely. And this is like an old plan chest, or where an architect would have their plans, or sort of surveyor, and it's basically where I keep all of my children's artwork because I just can't throw it away. So a lot of it gets hung up, but a lot of it just goes in these old drawers, and I literally have drawers and drawers of my kids' artwork in here, which is which is cute. This is just an old chair. We've had this as long as we've been together, and I just can't get rid of it, so I just keep moving it around, and it just goes from room to room, and there's always a spot for it. We always find a spot for it. Yeah, this is a little pair of lamps, very old, but yeah, they've got the pretty little gingham shade. So this pendant made with this beautiful linen striped shade was the first thing that I bought for the whole dining room. I just knew I wanted a dining table with this over it. And then everything else just came later, and there wasn't really any plan. But this was the one piece that I just love so much in this room. The rug was a gift from my in-laws, from my husband's family, and it just suits this room perfectly. This cupboard is an old schoolhouse cupboard, and it weighs about 1,000,000 pounds, and it's impossible to move, and it's all one piece, and it's where I have all the tablecloths and linens and little bits hidden away. But I just love this old schoolhouse cupboard. These are really funny pair of lamps with these adorable little cherub figures here, climbing up what looks like a fruit tree with a ladder, and then these beautiful scalloped linen shades I put on them, and yeah, they're quite fun in here. So these are just, you know, I can't go into a charity shop and not buy, you know, an old platter if I see one, and I've just got them lying around in stacks. I mean, some of them could go on the walls somewhere maybe, or, you know, if we're having a dinner party or we're serving, well, wow, I can just take my pick. I have so many. But yeah, they're just stacked up here for the moment. So this is the little sunroom. It's a tiny little room, but has great big personality. This is an old dresser, pine dresser, again with the old brass, which I just love, and you know, more of the ironstone collection up there. The rug is a beautiful rug, beautiful scalloped jute rug from Tate and Darby. Beautiful, she sources lots of beautiful natural rugs, natural fiber rugs. Here on the wall is some of my ironstone again. This old butcher's block is, it's an old French butcher's block, which my in-laws used to use when they were first married as their little kitchen table. They, believe it or not, they sat at this. So it's got a very sweet history, and it's just a beautiful rustic old piece. The curtains in here are this beautiful kind of Indian-inspired block print, which was designed by Sophia Francis Studio. These iron curtain rods with the little iron finial, curved finial, are from Nigel Tyas. They're all handmade. They're so, so beautiful and so perfect for this cottage. One of my very favorite things about this house is the beautiful views. And if you look across the garden, out over the hedge, is the most wonderful view of the Cotswold countryside. And it is just a constant inspiration to all of us here at our home. If you'd like to follow me, I'd like to show you in my kitchen. Here we are in our cottage kitchen. So let me tell you, this is not my dream kitchen. However, when we moved in, I didn't really see the sense in tearing out cupboards and tearing out floors. And I just decided to make the most of what was already here, just maybe adding a little bit more warmth and character. And the first thing that I did is I changed the hardware to like a antique or a brass knobs and pulls, and I think that gives it some warmth in here. I added like a cafe curtain, and you know, obviously I've got lots of plants and things, wood tones. I added some cupboards that are freestanding, old vintage cupboards, and I also like little lamps, and just tried to make it a little bit more characterful. I love to bake. I'm always baking with the kids, making muffins or cakes or cookies. And my husband is more of the meat and potatoes chef, but we do share kitchen duties. I added this border. Instead of painting, I love a white kitchen, but I did add this border in here. And we hung some freestanding cabinets or the plate rack just to give it a little bit more warmth. I found this table from a vintage reseller who has a shop locally to me, and it's perfect. I mean, we cram around it, but it's nice and it's a lovely place to have our meals. I added the porcelain light fixture, and yeah, this is a garland of hens, bantam hens. So I love the warm wood tones. I added this glazed cupboard, and it's just freestanding, but it gives some extra storage without looking too fitted. I collect a lot of ironstone, which is kind of these pieces here, and they get kind of aged over time, and they have this darkening spots on them, and I just think they look really lovely. So I do have those all around the house. Okay, and this is the laundry room, which joins through from the kitchen. And this is where all the work gets done, where I, wash stains constantly out of clothes and do the laundry, hang things up to dry. And then it's where the pantry is and the refrigerator. So it's just kind of the working heart of the kitchen, the downstairs. Okay, and this is the boot room or mud room, which I did a really fun wallpaper in here. And this is where we just come in, throw our shoes in the basket. In the wintertime, it's very cluttered with coats and raincoats, but this time of year, it's just hats, picnic blankets, and, the brushes and things that we use around the house. This is an old telephone bench. It used to have like a little table on it, but I took that off, and this is where you would sit on the telephone and make your calls back in the day. So now it's just a place where the kids can sit down and take their shoes on and off, and yeah, it's usually piled up with things. Okay, so we're gonna head upstairs. Let me show you. Come on up. These two old crests were from the coronation of Pope Pius in 1854, and they were hung up in an old French village hall to commemorate him becoming Pope. And I found these in a local antique store and just thought they were really beautiful, so they're hanging there. I was talking about that funny design, and some of the rooms are all joined up. Two of my children's rooms are connecting, so I'll take you through and you can see those. This is my daughter Daisy's room. She's the only girl in the house, so it's very feminine and floral. I love this wallpaper by Sophia Harpley. This is my daughter's bed. It has this beautiful linen canopy and this pink and green gingham. She has these lovely bed linens. The duvet cover is in this beautiful green leafy print by Sarah Kay Designs, and she has the little gingham pillowcase embroidered with her name, and that's from a local maker here in the UK, Chateau Matilda. And this is her dollhouse. Inside, it's the little mouse house. Instead of little dolls, they're little mice living in here, and it's really cute. This beautiful chest is just a very weathered piece that we brought over. I bought it in Luckett's, Virginia at the Luckett store. One of my all-time favorite places to find antiques in Virginia. The bobbin spool shelf is an old vintage shelf that I sourced from a lovely lady who does all the vintage fairs here, and I got this from her. This lovely little chair, this tiny child-size chair, button-back chair, is in a jasper print, which is really pretty, and it's a great little child-size vintage chair. The window treatments are in this billowy balloon style Roman shade in this beautiful Warner House acorns fabric. So my daughter's room connects into my son's room, which is great. It's really lovely. At night you can hear them talking to each other through their rooms as they fall asleep. This is an old pine cot. We call it a crib. Over here they call it a cot. It has a lovely little canopy by Tori Murphy Textiles in this wide, beautiful stripe with the little pom-poms. Over the bed are these little Viking ships, which are really sweet. And they dance around. The chest of drawers is just an old painted chest of drawers. This print is from a local artist here. Her name's Tabby Booth. I love the cowboy boots. All my boys love wearing cowboy boots, so this is such a sweet, nostalgic picture to have in their room. The bookshelf we've had this since our eldest was little. It's by Oof in New York City. They do these amazing modular shelves. You can just fill it full of books. The little lantern here is by a company in the Netherlands, and the lantern, you can switch out the scenes. And they have so many beautiful artists. You can change it with the seasons to reflect, you know, different scenes of childhood. Some that are really sweet and remind me of where we live here in the English countryside. This is an old vintage sign where someone who was doing script. It's an old French sign. I drove all the way to the coast to pick it up for £15, and then I spent unknowingly an insane amount to frame it in this old frame. But it's just a lovely touch in the boys' room. So the guest room is over here on the other side, kind of tucked away. So follow me around the corner. So this is the guest room, and I bought these beds in America, old cherry beds with the little finials, 4-poster finials. I painted them myself because they were kind of in bad condition. They were quite old, and I just love them, and I think they're charming in a cottage guest bedroom. I always think my guests like sleeping like Ricky and Lucy from I Love Lucy, and they're 2 separate beds, but I just think they're really charming in these beautiful cottagey floral prints. All of the bedding is from a company called Sosuk, and they just do lovely, lovely linens. This old painting is from a vintage fair, and this cupboard is actually a pot cupboard. It's where you would store your heavy pots, but I'm using it as a old bedside table. The wallpaper is actually a Sandberg design, and they're actually, if you look closely, they're dandelions, but they've done them in this pink and blue colorway, which is really, really charming. And I love that it's paying homage to the simple, lowly dandelion. It looks really lovely in here, I think. And then the curtains I bought at a charity shop. They were, you know, somebody didn't need them anymore, and I found them and they work perfectly in this room. So, okay, the last room I'd like to show you is our bedroom, our main bedroom. So come with me and have a look. Okay, welcome into our bedroom. This is the main bedroom, the biggest bedroom. I never really have any design plan, and this room is really evidence of that. I really like mixing patterns and different textures, and I definitely don't match things, so it's very mismatched in here, which I really like. And I've done a wallpaper in kind of blues and brown. It's like a pomegranate theme, but then with the canopy, I've gone with a heavier but striped floral in this cream with pinks and greens. The wallpaper in here really stumped me for a long time, and it was one of the last rooms that I wallpapered. I ended up just ordering a bunch of samples, and this one I never really thought would be the front runner, but it actually turned out being my favorite. So I do recommend looking at those samples in person, because you never know which one is going to pop out at you. And I'm really glad I went with this pattern. It's really bold but moody, and it's a perfect fit for this space. Just talking about mixing patterns and prints, I just really loved this paisley in a very kind of neutral color, with this paired with this ruffle top in a pinstripe from Tightly and Mar, and I just love the way it mixes together with the pattern in the wallpaper that we already have. Home to me means being with my family, and whether that's my husband and my children or my extended family when my parents and my brother come to visit and I have more of my family around me. Home is a place that should just be filled with love. Thank you so much, Homeworthy, for coming to visit me today. It's been so lovely having you. Unfortunately, my children are home from school now, so I really need to go and get those snack plates made. But thanks again, and come back anytime. Take care. Bye.
Hi, Homeworthy. I'm Maggie Clancy. Welcome to my home in Santa Ynez. Come take a look around.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
Hi, I'm Maggie Clancy, and I'm an interior designer, and welcome to my home in Santa Ynez, California. This house was formerly an art gallery in the middle of wine country in Santa Ynez, California. And when we walked in, all of the art was still in the gallery. And it was just a big open space with gross old carpet and some pretty funky, cool art. But we had to kind of see the vision of, hey, we're looking for a home, for a house. How are we gonna put up walls? What are we gonna do? And we saw the vision. So we jumped at the chance to buy this house and go through a years-long renovation to make this gorgeous getaway for our family. This house sits on 10 acres in a lovely gated community in Santa Ynez, and there's a ranch hand's house here. Our ranch hand is incredible, and he and his family live here full-time and take care of the animals when we're not here. Well, since we were renovating for so many years, we decided we need a reason to be coming up here other than just checking on tile and wood flooring and everything else. So we started building out the farm. We started with 2 goats, and then we got 2 donkeys as their protector animals. And as soon as we introduced a boy goat, we immediately started having lots of baby goats. And we're now up to 27 goats. So we've got 27 goats, 11 chickens, 2 donkeys, a couple of ducks, and a few hives full of bees. Welcome to our living room. This is designed for maximum comfort. You can fit 1 million people on this couch, snuggle up multiple people in each of these big chairs, and really just get cozy. This is the place where we like to hang out, watch TV, have our morning coffee, and just chill, because it kind of gives us the perfect view to outside in the garden. From here, you can see what the weather's looking like, what animals are awake, what's happening with the day before you're ready to go outside and start it. So I'm big into nooks and benches. The word nook came up probably 1,000 times when we were renovating this house, and it was really just about places to grab a book and be able to sit, or just sit and stare out the window. So a lot of these built-in benches are everywhere throughout the house. This one's one of my favorites because it was the first piece of millwork I got to design with our incredible team that was working on the house. I really wanted bookshelves to frame out this gorgeous window looking outside. When we bought this place and it was a gallery, this was like a weird offshoot room that wasn't part of the gallery. And what we didn't know, we probably should have asked more questions, was that it wasn't completely finished. So we ended up having to tear everything out. The walls were insulated with hay. It's the country. So we put in real insulation, poured a foundation, and turned it into the living room. And it gave us this great open space from the kitchen all the way in. But I really needed a space to showcase all the knickknacks and all the tchotchkes and all the collectibles I was kind of picking up along the way. So these shelves were the perfect way to do that. You know, we've got vases, all of this stuff gets grabbed and moved as we need it. So if we're going outside for dinner and we want to do it by candlelight, everyone runs around and grabs all my candlesticks and we'll grab the candles and fill them in. If the thermoses are less functional, you could use them if you want to, but somewhere on the way, I decided collecting thermoses was an interesting idea. So there you have it. Again, sometimes it's just about finding those things that are colorful, that speak to you, that make you smile, and that kind of gave me the camping vibe that I wanted in here. Nothing's too precious, nothing is breakable. You know, vintage marbles in the old checker game, and a ton of books, and again, more thermoses. But really just sitting in here and throwing these windows open and reading a book and having your morning coffee or tea is the happiest way to start the day. As we were finding art pieces in and around the property, we also had to go through the barn. And at one point, this was a show pony barn. I don't know what was going on here. They tried a lot of things. I get it. It's fun. You've got the space for it. Why not? But we found all this like horse tack stuff within the barn, and most of it was old and couldn't be used, but I found these incredible horse hooks, and I thought, what a great way. I'm never gonna have real horses on this farm, but what a great way to bring in, again, a bit of the history. I love the patina on them. It kind of speaks to the fact that we also picked brass with an unlacquered finish to kind of age over time for the rest of the fixtures in the house. So this really tied it in, and it's a great spot to hang all these cozy blankets. So it wasn't until a couple months before we moved in that I realized this room was the least colorful room, and I started to panic. Here I was kind of saying, I want Little House on the Prairie, but on acid. I want to kind of funk it up a little bit. And I was like, oh, I definitely bought a white couch and beige chairs. So in came the fun stuff, obviously the accessories and the blankets, but we had these cushions custom made to kind of bring in a little bit of the color. And I found this incredible rug that will last a million years because it's an indoor-outdoor rug, which is my favorite tip for anyone with donkeys or kids or both, is get something that's gonna stand up. Rugs are not fun to clean. So if you have a rug that's built in, ready to go and handle the wear and tear, you're already ahead of the game. So this rug really makes me happy and brings in my favorite of the signature colors of the house, the yellow, which we also see over here with our fireplace. This guy was a fun addition. I scoured forever for the vintage version, but we needed a piece of kind of California design history, and Mom Fireplaces have been around forever, and they do such amazing work. So we were able to pick out the custom color we wanted for this one for them to send it to us and fabricate it from scratch. And I love her. As soon as the weather gets a little bit chilly, she's on all day. I think one of our favorite things about being here is when you throw everybody outside to see what they come back with. So sometimes it's a handful of tomatoes off the vine. Sometimes it's pea pods. Lately it's been artichokes. We're deep into artichoke season, and we eat as many artichokes as we can, but you can only eat so many artichokes. And so I usually wait until they bloom and I'll pop them in here. I love them when they actually flower. It's the most gorgeous, bright, incredible purple color. And the bees really, really, really love the artichokes. So every once in a while, I'll steal one from the bees and bring it inside. But for the most part, we kind of let everything go wild so everyone can enjoy what they need. Welcome to the kitchen, dining table, all the things. We wanted a table that was gonna fit all the people that we were gonna have stay with us here. And so another bench, I love a bench and a nook. We built this huge long bench all along this back beautiful window. This is actually the only original window we kept in the house. I just loved it. I didn't know why it was here. Every other window was kind of garbage, but this one gives us such a great view. You'll be sitting here having breakfast or lunch or dinner and turn around and there'll be wild cows outside just mooing and roaming and following their way. We have a neighbor who walks his dog on his golf cart. We've got a bunch of people on horses and horse trails throughout the neighborhood. So it's a great kind of huge viewing window to see what's happening in the neighborhood every day. These chairs were a classic Craigslist find. You know, sometimes you gotta search high and low, and sometimes you gotta go high and low. I'm a big fan of mixing new and vintage and sort of fancier pieces with really rustic things. I've had a few people walk in and be like, I think my parents had those chairs in the 80s. And I'm like, cool, love it. The 80s are not necessarily known for great design, but again, Little House on Acid, let's play with it. So we mixed these in. You know, when we talked about the millwork in the living room, it kind of brings out this stripe feeling of the slats, the stripe on the rug, everything else. So I loved something with some bars coming in and out. And we did it again with the more modern bar stools as well. I really just wanted kind of themes and textures and patterns to be repeated throughout the space to make it more cohesive. But you can take a super modern dining table and put those funky old Craigslist chairs to work. And really, it's a comfortable chair. That should be your #1 priority for a dining room that you want people to stay and play out. I'll have my mahjong friends up here and we'll play all day at this table. And no one's like, oh, it's not comfy. Everyone's chill and happy and drinking wine. This light fixture is vintage. I wanted to bring in some wicker and some woven and some basket weaves throughout the house. And this one really, really spoke to me. I am not a fan of can lights and sort of looked at the electrician who was in shock and said, minimum possible for can lights. Everything else I wanted to be soft, glowy. So also in a kitchen, obviously you need task lighting to do the job and everything else, but I love a lamp and I love art in a kitchen. This piece is incredible because it shows a bunch of cows in a beautiful field, again, right next to the window where we usually can see some cows walking by. Her name is Han Chow. She lives in Texas, which is where I'm from originally. And it's old photographs and postcards. It's all hand embroidered, which is incredible. And over there, I've got another one by the same artist. And I think it really captures the whimsy and the fun of this house. Let's move into the kitchen. Welcome to the kitchen. This is where all the work happens. I love a huge island and I wanted a slab again to bring in that old and new. You know, you see a lot of really bright white kitchens, especially these days. And so I went the other direction. I really wanted something that was gonna tell a story and have some fun veining and bring in some of the nature from outside, inside. We went with a cabinet color called Relentless Olive. And it's not just because of all the olive trees we have growing around the property. It's also because that's my oldest daughter's name, and she is relentless. So we thought it was a perfect fit. I love that it's bright and cheery and that it kind of, again, brings a pop of color, pulls a bit from the slab, and really makes the kitchen a warm, welcoming space. We do a ton of cooking here, and I've made it really possible for people to be sitting at the island, sitting at the dining room table, helping in and around here, and have 10, 12, 15 people cooking at once, and it works. These lights were a fun find. Again, you need to have some kind of task lighting as you're doing your hard work, and I really liked the reeded glass, that classic kind of Hall of Fame glass look, and the brass really made me happy. So these were a good hunt and find. Again, if you start your hunt early, you can be really, really specific with your search terms. You start to hone in pretty quickly. I adore our house in LA, but it is 120 years old and probably due for renovation there. Maybe that's our next one. But for everything that we don't get to have in Los Angeles, I made a list that I wanted to have here. We had all this space, all this room, so I got my entire wish list pretty much, including the pasta pot filler. Not just great for, you know, when you're boiling water, but really great for when you're making jam and it needs a quick hit of something. You can't take a hot spattering pot of jam off of the oven, take it over there off the stovetop. You need to quickly just give it a little cool down. It works wonders. I love art in the kitchen, and I love a cowgirl, and this one just made me smile. She's got kind of a Liz Taylor vibe going on. This artist is incredible, and I think we've found the perfect frame for it that's a bit vintage, a bit rustic, to bring some balance to this pop of new art in the space. I wanted all the entertaining essentials to be easy to grab, so we've got extra candles and flashlights and things all in here. Again, another great shelf with these slats, so everything is movable for what we have. But I wanted to display these cookbooks because we cook so much in this house, and we do have guests come sometimes. I want people to be inspired to use what we've got growing in the garden once they bring it inside. So we keep all these here, a lot of really great veggie forward, chef, farmer kind of vibe, but a little bit of everything here just to make sure people are making the most of their time in the house. And now one of my favorite rooms in the house. Let's go see the pantry. I have an affinity for yellow, always have. It was my grandmother's favorite color, and growing up, her house was always washed in yellow, usually black and white checkered floor, and just fabulous floor to ceiling yellow matching carpet. Very vintage, very fabulous. And I kind of wanted this to be an homage to her. She's the reason I love cooking. She's the reason I love entertaining. And she's really a huge part of the reason why we wanted to do the house like this. Life's short, you want to live it up, have fun, make the most of your time here, and paint your pantry yellow. That was it. So we went floor to ceiling yellow, added this pegboard, which is a nice homage to Julia Child, who spent a lot of her years in the area in Santa Barbara. If you've ever seen her kitchen set up in the Smithsonian in DC, this was it for me. I wanted everything, again, to be visible. So you're not digging through drawers and cabinets. You can just come in here and grab. You're going outside, here's the bottle filler. Take the bottle with you and go hike. You're going to the store, we've got your grocery bags. You need to sift or strain or go grab eggs. Pop in here, grab it off the wall and bring it back when you're done. But I also wanted these great open shelves in addition to this pegboard to still be that same idea of making everything visible and accessible to people. This is a working pantry, so you know you can come in, grab all your glassware, make a huge pot of coffee and go, and everything's out for you. The girls have been busy in the coop, so lots of eggs to go. But yeah, I think it just brings in some warmth. We'll come in and make limeade in here with a big squeezer once the lime trees are exploding. Or I'll have honey straining on this countertop often. It's really, really a nice kind of addition to the kitchen space to kind of give us an extra spot to work and to bring meals together. I love this oil painting. I searched high and low for her in every vintage shop around town. It's really hard to find an old oil painting where people don't look severely depressed. She seemed equal parts like 50s housewife, a little mischievous, doesn't put up with a lot of nonsense, and I liked her whole vibe. So she came home with me, and she's our patron of the pantry. Pantry patron? It's not easy to say, but there she is. You know, in addition to all the super functional things like the cast iron that can go in or out, we also have a bunch of serving platters in and around the house. There's a few in the living room that hang out. There's this gorgeous copper guy that I found in Pasadena at one of the fleas. And these old vintage guys that I picked up in Palm Springs. So when we're having picnics outside, they keep all the bugs and the critters away from whatever dish is underneath. So my husband and I, we've got 2 little girls. We had been coming up to this valley for years and years since we lived in LA, but we do still live in LA. And this was always just a weekend away or a wedding or wine tasting with friends. When we decided we wanted to do this, we said, oh, that's exactly where we want to be. So we looked around for a place where we knew that our kids could kind of run wild and free. They don't bring iPads up here. We have TVs and we have a theater, so we do watch some screens, but they don't even think about doing anything else. They come here and we're either chilling inside, cooking, making art, running around outside, or playing with the animals. And everyone else who comes to visit says the same thing. It's just that kind of away from the city feeling. So we accomplished that for sure. But at the time, I don't think I totally realized how much work it was gonna be. I was working another job. I was working in entertainment my entire career in Los Angeles. And it wasn't until I finished doing this house, making every single decision from the placement of the light switches all the way down, that I realized this was the most creative thing I'd done in years, and I missed it. And so as soon as I finished and I kind of looked around and realized, oh hey, this is a functional house that's also kind of amazing, I quit that job and started studying interior design, and now I'm a full-time interior designer. And now I'll show you the primary bedroom. Welcome to the primary bedroom, home of another one of my famous Nook benches. I wanted a space where once the kids are awake and all the family's awake, everyone can pile on, snuggle in the morning, talk about our day, what we're gonna get up to. It's nice and deep, more custom cushions. I love picking out fabric for cushions like this because you can really have fun. A little pop of purple velvet, because why not? But also, again, it brings in those colors from outside. So when I talked about those artichokes blooming, this is the exact color of what that looks like once they fully bloom and flower, and there's nothing happier. So we brought a piece of that in here along with some more of that green that's throughout the house. You know, sometimes budget becomes an issue when you're taking on a huge, huge project like this, and you get to the end of it and you realize, oh, I don't have stuff to hang on the walls. I thought for a while I was gonna wallpaper in here, just this back wall to give it a little pop, and no one would come out to install wallpaper. We're apparently too far in the country and no one here thinks wallpaper is chic. So instead, I checked to the internet for inspiration. I pulled the colors from in and around the house. I grabbed all the extra paint cans from our painters, and I came up with this. Just a fun little grid piece of art to kind of hang in here. It's not precious, it's definitely not perfect, but it makes me smile and it fills up the wall. So in crafting a cozy bed, I really wanted, again, to layer those linens, and this bed is another great example of mixing new with old. The bed is brand new, obviously, and this floral situation is Anthropologie, but I found this quilt, which was vintage, and just absolutely fell in love with it and really wanted something with a story, something that felt, again, a little bit country, a little bit rock and roll, blended in. But this bed is just so incredibly comfortable and makes me happy to wake up, open up these curtains, and see outside every morning. I knew I wanted this room to be kind of soft, sexy, light, glowy pink. So the walls are the palest, palest, palest pink. And that gives you room to kind of treat that as your neutral, and everything else can pop from there. I love a polka dot, can't take it out of me. It's just in there deep, deep inside. So again, the second I found this polka dot quilt, I was like, she's coming with me, absolutely. We have enough stripes in and around, including, you know, throw blankets and things like that. I went solid velvet on the curtains, that I thought, why not throw in some floral? These flowers really reminded me of a few things that we've got blooming around the farm. And again, it was Anthropologie on sale. We've got a secret tucked little yoga room in our closet, but really it's the bathroom that makes me so incredibly happy. Our very first spring in this house, we were kind of feeling overwhelmed with the renovation, and we were walking the property one day and I just was sort of spinning, and my husband was making plans to build a tree house so that we could do something in the interim that could be finished, and I was losing my mind, I'm gonna be honest. And I heard this tiny little cheep, 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 and I opened up this tiny little house that we had next to one of the trees by the entrance of the farm, and there was a bird inside, and all of her little babies had just hatched, probably that day. And the color of the eggs was this exact robin's egg blue. So we grabbed a piece of that. It was all inspiration, and I thought I can make something with that. So mixing this gorgeous, colorful floor and these beautiful matte tiles, all the floors in the bathrooms are heated with radiant heating, so you're never uncomfortable getting up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. It always feels warm and welcoming. But it gave us sort of permission to play again with some more vintage features. Obviously the tile is brand new, but I wanted a slab in here that would tell a cool story, and this viola marble was my absolute favorite find. Mixing it with a backsplash that's also a bit new and reflective. I didn't want a huge mirror. This isn't a place to be vain. You sort of come as you are in the country, but this sort of reflective surface gives you the hint of where a mirror should and could be. On the vanity over here, we made sure to make the backsplash extra special. One of my most bored days was deciding to template with our slab guy. So I grabbed the fabricator, I told him what I wanted to do, and I started measuring out the template. And we did this gorgeous wave going all the way through, and we extended it all the way to the end of the wall, which I think just adds a little touch of something. And again, no material wasted, no piece of slab left behind. Bathrooms are a place to have a lot of fun. I'll go show you the one that's my favorite. Let's go see the powder room. I mentioned I couldn't find anybody to come wallpaper, and it was real. I had purchased all the wallpaper, I had measured everything, I was ready to go. When I mentioned people didn't like to wallpaper here for some reason, I meant it. I had purchased all the wallpaper for this powder room and had it all in my head how I wanted it to be. And 3 different people showed up to remove wallpaper, but not to install. Well, we don't install. So I did some Googling and some YouTubing, and I learned to install wallpaper, because that's what you do when you're designing on a budget and you just want to get it done. My favorite thing about this wallpaper is it really does look hand painted. I'm obsessed with the idea of that, but also it pulled in all these colors. You can see the yellow, sort of has a floral motif without being flowers, and bits of that green. And I really, really love taking the wallpaper up onto the ceiling. That was always in the plan. Wallpapering the ceiling in actuality was a bit more difficult than I thought it would be, but I figured it out. Sometimes you just gotta get an extra hand and a mop handle and something else and make it work. So yeah, I'm proud of this one as a DIY success story. This green, we decided to bring in here too. Again, sometimes you just have buckets of paint hanging around. As soon as I saw the wallpaper in this space, I thought, okay, the wainscoting can be that same green. We went with a glossier finish because I really wanted it to feel kind of saturated and fun and glossy. When it works, it works. We used it on the porch too. My little yellow sink. I mean, I don't know that I'd recommend designing a powder room around a sink, but I did and it worked out. So whatever makes you happy. This yellow color I thought was so cool. It was the perfect size for this room because we didn't want it to be huge, but we knew we needed a powder room in the house. So as we were kind of carving up this huge cavernous gallery space, I thought, okay, if I can make this work with a tiny little sink, let's do it. Another little touch that I love throughout the house is we play a lot of music. We always have music playing in the house. And last minute, we decided to add a speaker in the powder room. When you walk in here to use the restroom and there's a party going on right out there in the kitchen, soft music coming in here from whatever we're playing is like the best way to just be like, oh, I'm still in the mix. This is so nice. So put speakers in your bathroom. My design style is very color forward, which you'll see throughout the house. And it kind of started slowly. You know, we were looking around and for years and years, I couldn't buy the big furniture pieces because we were still building walls and putting in plumbing and laying foundation. So I focused on knickknacks and I started collecting things from in and around the area or places we would visit, you know, treasure trove and vintage places and estate sales, just looking for things with history and with story. And the common theme in all of them was that they each had some kind of color that drew my eye. So I used that as a benchmark and as a signpost for every other decision in the house. And we also took a lot of inspiration from the colors that were growing around us. When we bought the house, it was the end of December 2020, and everything was kind of brown and dead and, you know, a little fallow. And within a month, spring greens were popping up. These gorgeous pink flowers were everywhere. All along the hillside, the poppies started popping. And we thought, okay, we can play with this. So I would bring in a huge handful of stuff with my girls and we'd lay it out on the table in the casita and we'd say, ooh, that'd be a cool bathroom or that would make a fun floor. And we started pulling colors that way and I realized this is what makes me happy. I love living in a lot of color. I think no matter what your design style is or what your home style is, you should lead with things that make you happy. So if you see a color and you find yourself gravitating toward it, drench the whole place in it, go crazy. So we extended the sort of existing house into the gallery space by quite a bit and pushed in here. The only existing staircase to get up to what was kind of a sad room situation up there was a metal spiral staircase. And we thought we could do one better. So we made a plan for these stairs and realized this is a pretty large stairwell space. We could probably make it even wider, but why do we need wide stairs? And then my genius husband said, I think we should put a slide next to the stairs. And then we did. So the really crowning joy for every child or child at heart coming into this home is that there is a slide. It's not just great for sliding, it's a really great laundry chute. When I'm doing all the sheets, I can throw them right down. Sometimes it goes super fast. I don't recommend yoga pants on the slide, but most of the time it's pretty manageable. And if it goes too fast, we've got a little cushion at the end just to catch your fall. I fell in love with this color, Southfield green. And you're coming in from a space of the living room and the entryway and the dining room and the kitchen, where the walls are a really gorgeous shade of white, but they're white. We kind of relied on the accessories and the cabinets to add the color. But the second you cross that threshold, I wanted it to be completely color drenched. So I fell in love with Southfield green, did it floor to ceiling, knowing we've got this double height room in here, and could not be happier with how it turned out. It really helps these other pieces that we kind of collected over time. This was a find from Round Top, Texas, and one day I'll learn how to play backgammon, but it makes for a great game table. And it really just helps all the other colors pop. You know, sometimes when you find a color, even if it's a bold color, if you use it smartly, it acts like a great backdrop and it acts like a neutral, and I think that's what's happening here. And it also helps to kind of hide some things. So when you're going floor to ceiling and it's on the doors and it's on the trim and it's everywhere, including just a bookshelf. It's a normal bookshelf, right? Once you find a book that doesn't look like the others, secret door, baby. This is the office. Not a ton of work happening in here, but just enough to make a soundproof office worthwhile. You know, when you have a huge open space that you're trying to carve up, it doesn't happen often, but sometimes you have a little bit too much space. I knew I didn't need another bedroom or another bathroom or another game room, but I'd like an office every once in a while if we have to get some work done. So those kind of moments where it's a super functional room and it's not very sexy or exciting, those things you can do to make it exciting, lean into them and do them. A secret bookshelf door is the perfect way to forget about work when you're not working and to kind of surprise and delight people when they have no idea what's happening. Now let's head upstairs. This is the kids' room. You're greeted by Dave the donkey, one of my favorite little stuffed animals. The donkeys are truly the loves of my life, and I wish they could come inside the house. Unfortunately, they can't, so this guy is. But it's a great reading nook for the kids. Whoever wakes up first usually comes and hangs out here. This is another color that we found around the property in so many saturated ways, from mustard greens to grass growing in the spring. And I just fell in love with it. And it's super bright. It's really intense, but somehow when it's washed in this room with these gorgeous high ceilings, it's really, really calming. Catches great light in the day, feels like a warm hug at night, and all the kids sleep really soundly up here. We did 2 double bunk beds, plus little secret beds that slide out from the trundles down below. We can squeeze a bunch of kids in here, or adults, whoever's coming to stay. And they somehow got the best view in the house. I don't know why I gave that up of myself, but it's theirs. And we just wanted to have fun. You know, I found quilts that looked vintage, but weren't because I needed so many of them. But I think they add a great pop of color and again, balance to this room. But my absolute favorite feature is these little sconces at each of the bunks. Whoever wants to go to bed can go to bed as late as they want to. Everyone has their own little reading light and it's got a little switch on the side. I thought that was the perfect touch to let, hey, if one kid wants to stay up a little later and read one more chapter, they absolutely can without disturbing everybody else. So in a lot of places in the house, it looks like a normal house. These beams are a reminder of what was here first. It was super industrial. It was sort of just a barn-style gallery space. And we wanted to keep them in here just for a little touch. You know, we had a few people saying, drywall over them, make a ceiling. But I actually like, especially with those tall bunks, that it's lofted. It helps it feel airy and cozy. And it just gives it that camp vibe that this really does kind of feel like a summer camp when it's packed with people. Come take a look at the bathroom. This bathroom was a sad white bathroom up here. And we decided to have a little pop of fun. I talked about not wasting any slab. You'll recognize this one from the primary bathroom again. We had a tiny bit left and I didn't have a countertop in here for this vanity, so she made a return. And she works really, really well with this black and white checkered floor. This is probably the cheapest material I bought in the entire renovation, so I can't believe it's what I'm spotlighting. But again, it's not about the price, it's about the memory, the reason you're picking it, how it makes you feel. I love that it's nice and clean, gives you vintage vibes even though it's new. And we decided to run it all the way up the side of the bathtub to continue that line. The renovation process was wild. We knew we had a lot of work ahead of us because it was an art gallery. So step one was getting all the art out of this house. They were sort of like, do you want to keep any? And we let them take it and donate it to another museum. But we did start finding little bits and pieces of art all around the property. So as we were walking through to sort of see where do we need gates or fences for these animals, we found a typewriter from 1902 just carved into the side of one of the hills. We found this huge weather vane at the top of the hill that was rusted and cool and kind of chipping and all these gorgeous colors on it, and it was a piece of art apparently. And we thought, okay, they didn't take this stuff, and they said you can keep it, so we've placed it in and around the house. We've got the typewriter in the porch. The weather vane arrow is actually pointing everybody into the main house from the game room. And we just wanted bits and pieces of what it was, but it was crazy the stuff we didn't know we were gonna find. The second we cracked into a faux wall in the gallery to tear it down and build real walls for bedrooms, we found all of these letters from the former owner that he would write to these artists, basically saying, I love your work, I wanna help you, I can be your benefactor, let me support you, send me pieces, what do you need? And he just really, really loved creating community of artists and of friends. And so that was sort of our guidepost for building out this house, was how can we make this a place where people come and they're comfortable? So we've really, really tried to keep that spirit alive of art and fun and play, and you'll see a bit of that in the playroom. Sometimes you just have too much space. We knew we didn't want to demo any part of the original gallery, but I also didn't need 6,000 square feet of living space. So in came the game room. You can see we carried this Southfield green all the way into this floor. Because this gallery actually featured a lot of electronic art originally, there were probably 65 plugs in the floor of this room, hiding in this disgusting old carpet. We ripped it up, we filled the holes, and we decided to epoxy over the floors with that same color to kind of tie these two spaces together. So this gives us a ton of space to play, to change it as we grow, to figure out what we want to do in here. Skee ball was a must. So is Pop-A-Shot, so is pinball. This incredible machine is called a Bubble Chex, and it's like the best version of hockey you've ever played. We really started with a couple fun finds though. I mentioned we'd gone to Round Top in Texas, which is where my husband and I are both from originally. And it's this huge vintage fair and you're trudging through everything. And I found the backgammon table, and then I found just the top of a pinball machine. It was completely torn to shreds, totally crumbling, and I was like, I have to have her. And everyone looked at me like I was nuts, like, no, she's just trash, really. She's garbage, we're probably throwing her away. And I said, she's coming home with me. And then I had to figure out how to get her home. So we hired somebody to drive all of our stuff from Texas to California. She arrived in even worse shape, and I got to rehab her. So I matched all the paints, I gave her a new face frame. We put our address up here on the score. Obviously not functional, but a cool art piece that kind of ties in the rest of the game vibe. The movie theater in town closed in the pandemic, unfortunately, and we're big movie people. So we made our own movie theater. This room is a happy dark artichoke color. That is the name of the color in here, pulling from what we've got outside, but super cozy to come in. Kick your feet up. The kids will come in the morning and watch cartoons sometimes to let us sleep in, but it gets really, really cozy and comfy at night when it's all full of people. And it's just a nice space to be able to entertain family. And last but not least is the art space. You know, I talked about bringing stuff in from outside. As we were pulling various mustard leaves and all these other things to try to get inspiration, my kids wanted to make things with them. We were making kaleidoscopes and crafts. So we knew we had to dedicate one of the original gallery stalls to an arts and crafts room. We carried in that pegboard that we did in the pantry into here to make it feel a bit more like a living space and to tie them together. And this gallery wall has kind of grown with us over time. Every time someone comes to stay, they get to add a piece to the wall. And hopefully soon it'll go all the way to the ceiling and we can keep going. But this is awesome to have all their materials out. We'll do tie-dye, They'll do watercoloring. We do fun sun prints outside with everything we find in and around the garden. And it's just a great place to kind of take a breather from all the hard work and be creative. I think if you're designing or renovating, I mean, the biggest tip feels obvious, but so many people fall into the trap. Take your time and build what you're putting into the space over time. If you go and make all your decisions in one day, it's gonna look like you walked into a store and said, I'll take that living room, looks good. But if you're able to kind of collect pieces over time or lean into something that you've had forever and maybe give it a shine and a wax and a new coat of paint, leaning on things you already own, searching for treasures that are vintage, that have a great story to tell, and then peppering in the new, to me is the best formula for an incredible design. You want something that feels layered and lived in, and again, not like you just walked into a store and said, that's my living room. So don't be afraid to take your time, even if you're in the throes of a terrible construction project that feels like it's never gonna end. Start picking out pieces that speak to you, because in the end, it's those pieces that'll help anchor the space. The thing that gives a home a soul and really makes it come alive is the personal stuff that you bring to that home. Whether it's a mirror that your grandmother had in her home years and years ago, or a rug you found traveling on a trip far, far away and you had to bring back and carry on. Whatever the thing is that you love that sparked something wherever you were in the world, bring it into the home, make it work in the space, and build around those things. It automatically gives a sense of purpose, a sense of place, a sense of whimsy, and a sense that this isn't, again, a home that just popped up overnight. It's been collected, it's been thoughtfully put together. So yeah, I think as much as you can bring of yourself into a space, of course, looking at Instagram or Pinterest or TikTok, you can get inspiration anywhere. I'll still flip through magazines or old design books all the time because you have to kind of look and see what it is that draws you, but trust your gut and go with things that make you happy. This is the screen porch. It's where shoes go to stay. Once you've stepped outside and in the pasture, you really don't want to bring all that inside. So we found a bunch of fun things in and around town at old flea markets and depots for shoes and everything else. This was the old mail sorter at the post office in town. So we got it, brought it home with us, and now she stores all of our shoes and gardening shears and everything else. This is the last of our benches because when you take your shoes off and on, you need places to sit. But I wanted to bring in a hint of that kind of black and white classic tile, but in a more rustic, functional way into this porch. So instead of black and white, we went with these flat bricks and sort of a dark gray and off cream. Gray happens to be my husband's favorite color, and you may notice there is not a single stitch of gray inside the house. So the entire exterior of the house is gray. He won. These tiles, they're gray. He won. Once you get inside, it's my zone. Sorry. Bright, happy, no gray. But it had a good moment here, and it gives you a spot to kind of, again, sit out here, hang out for a bit, have a drink, do happy hour if the weather's too crazy hot outside, throw on the fan. I love morning tea out here on the porch. And again, it brings out that relentless olive that we love so much. We did a lighter wash, like a 40% wash of the color, and all the way up to the beams. My favorite part about this home is the way we use it. I mean, I say it every single day. I could sit in that kitchen all day long. I could putz around in the pantry and bake things and make funny concoctions and grab things from the garden and start pickling and jamming and making my honey and getting all the comb out and doing candles. There's a million things you can do, but my favorite thing about the home is that we're happy doing none of it. We're happy just being here and being in it. And again, that feeling we get when everybody's here, whether it's just my family or a house full of people and we're overflowing, the fact that everyone feels so cozy here is really the ultimate sign that we did a pretty good job. All right, let's go see the animals. You can see that there were some bored artisan residents here, and when the owner was away, the artist played. They mosaicked almost 90% of the walls around here. We've slowly chipped away at the ones that are crumbling, but it's kind of fun to save bits and pieces just as memories. All right, we've got 5 chickens right now in the big coop, and they're the ones who give us all of our eggs. We've got 6 more in the barn that are about 3 weeks away from moving in. So these girls are about to get some new roommates. Hi. Hi. Buddy. Close this so nobody escapes. All right. Hi. Yeah, I thought you were. Thank you, girls. You did good work. All right, we got our eggs. We got a bucket full of snacks. Let's go see those goats and those donkeys. These are the goats, and here's our donkey Guapo, just so he's not forgotten. Hey, buddy. Hi, how you doing? How's my handsome boy? You wanna say hi? This is Nina Simone. Goats will eat anything that's not tied down. Shirt sleeve, hat, but once you get a snack out, they'll start behaving. So as soon as we got goats, we knew we needed protector animals, and everybody recommended donkeys. We didn't know how to get donkeys, where to find donkeys, so we got on Craigslist. And lo and behold, we found a man who had 2 beautiful, very handsome boys on his property. He said he hadn't fed them ever. They'd never seen a doctor. And he said, I think they might want to change the scenery. If you can get them in the back of your trailer, you can have them. So we showed up. Only one of them would get in the trailer, this guy, and we brought him home. And we went back the next day and Hefe came running. He's a little stubborn, but he figured it out eventually. We don't know if they're brothers, if they're lovers. We have no idea, but they're very, very happy here. To me, the word home means cozy. It means family, it means friends, it means partying, it means relaxing. And really, it just means being together. So to me, home is the place that you get to hang your hat at the end of the day and leave all the troubles outside and come in and just be. And I'm happy and proud that this is a home where you can be. Okay, Homeworthy, it was so nice to meet you. It was great having you here, but now you gotta go. See you next time.